Oh, that was about all. I'm sorry.
Ah, damn it.
Nope.
I'm not.
No, he disappeared after anime watching and never came back. I think he'd been working the night before, so he probably went to sleep.
Also, he has live stream tomorrow morning, or in like 9
Okay.
hours. So
I thought Trubs'
Oh, the Spider-Man only killed
union was
the.
going on strike. Ah,
Oh, like Trubs' workplace?
yeah.
Damn.
What's the Trevor project?
Too late. You're grounded from streaming. You did it.
What?
Goddamn Neo.
Now,
Probably.
come on, Nia. Why did you do that?
Because I could.
I definitely want to play DPS this round.
What the fuck?
Remember, I had to get 44 kills. Actually, no, I have to get 45. I have to beat it.
Wait. Let me. DPS Instalock. That is a terrible name.
I locked it in though.
Okay, I need to kill 24 more enemies. You
And we
know what?
lost
I
one.
want to go.
We're already down one.
We came back.
What I found out is you can spray paint the wall. Just
Look, I'm sitting.
it goes away very fast.
The red has not picked his role yet. He wouldn't anymore.
Did y'all see the whatchamacallit on the point? Not on the point. The
Jabberwocky.
all right. Let's get. I want to go out Neo's door.
That hit. Oh,
Oh, what the?
I mean, why was Iron Man in
No,
Sure.
I
there?
want to be another.
Hello, chat. How's it going? We are on time today. We're doing things. I just gotta get the tweet out. All right, the tweet is live. Do me the favor, go give it some love. We grab today's sauce, and like I said, we should be Gucci. Now, what did I do with that? There it is. Okay. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Oh, I didn't let the bot finish its song and dance. Give that a second. But here is today's artwork. Do me a favor, go give the artist some love. It's Don Keku, aka 4Dan. Don is a fantastic artist and actually did the 4th of July piece for us. That is his Lartoria. Bot scuff. It's fine. It's technically operator error, not bot scuff. Now, that being said, holy crap. I had to deal with IT multiple times today at work, and the IT actually made the problem I was having somehow worse, which was just like, man, tax season. So, like, half my day was erased by IT shenanigans. Wow, you're running low on saplings? On JP? Yeah, a little bit. Like, again, story on JP is usually, I want to say it's like 8 months on average in between sessions. We've gotten better. It's no longer like once a year. Now it's like, you know, it can be as fast as 6 months. It can be, 8 months, or I guess it could be as long as a year, but that doesn't really happen too often. So this is actually like picking up. I think I've been down as low as like 200. But to be fair, like, I don't really make blue apples very often on JP. The only reason I made them today is because, like, I was in a hurry in the morning and there was literally like nothing that I needed to like work on. Quite literally, it's just like the strengthenings and interludes that are available. So in that regard, yeah, I'm not even sure like what I want to do. Because like even the storm pod nodes, they're 40 AP at the moment. I guess we have the recollections for Ordeal Call 2. I'll probably save those for like tomorrow, like pre live stream, so that we have something to do on that day. Hello, JC. It's going pretty good. How are you? Let's see. Yeah, see, like none of these are half cost, but dear Lord, I have so many of them to do. Dear Lord. I do think I will. Oh, wait. I thought I already did Salieri. So maybe I did the other upgrade that Salieri had? That's odd. Okay, we were doing Buster, but you know what? Why don't we transition this into a actual composition? Let's see. Let's grab rulers. And then do I have somebody that I can rely on to actually 3-turn in the writer category as quick? We could try out Andromeda. My Andromeda skills aren't exactly maxed, but we can probably make do. It's just NP1. I'd probably prefer not to run like a K-scope or something on her, but I don't really have a lot to actually do here in that regard. You know what? Why don't we... Where is it? Should be somewhere right there. Throw that in there. That'll give me a little bit more oomph. And then probably for the final wave, let's try to make do with waiver. See how that goes. Then 5-star CEs on the back line. I don't really have any Mystic Coats work. Yeah, there's actually nothing. So it's just Bond. Bond's like the only thing I actually end up needing. Let's do that. That's Bond and the Bond and QP, I think. No, Bond and QP is Detective Holmes. Let's drop that in there and then see what I can fit. Actually, if I remove it, I have 3 cost. Why don't I do one of these? And what this should allow me to do, that. There we go. Now we can properly slot that in. Hello, Ingor. How are you doing today? Got a feel for anyone having to troubleshoot business software this time of year, where the IT support for the software is strictly paywalled. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those deals of like, the first IT person was for like a specific product that we use, and he actually managed to uninstall Microsoft Office from my computer on accident. And then that caused a whole heck of a ordeal, as I had to talk to our IT people, because it's not just as simple as just reinstalling Office on our computers, because we use a like server-based environment. So it just, oh god, it's just nightmare fuel basically. Like I said, it took pretty much half the day to deal with it, and they still don't necessarily have it resolved. I got to talk to the dude in the morning and see. Go ahead and pop that. I'm trying to remember which one her charge skill is. Is it that? Well, we're gonna find out, because it's one of these. Yeah. Wait, none of those. Oh, she has 2 charge skills. Wait, what? Does she? Andromeda? Yeah, she does. Wait, I don't remember this. Andromeda's a 40% charger? Oh, when taking an attack. Okay, never mind. That's what it is. So she's 30%, which is what I remembered it being. But it's 30% with that special effective if she takes an attack while you have like the taunt active, she gets the extra 10% charge. Ugh, my brain. I haven't touched Andromeda in a hot second, so it was one of those deals of just like me kind of knowing, but then me second guessing myself. How would you describe Cuckoo's personality traits? Goku-esque. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. Did my resub disappear into the void? No, I see it at least. So, Nubis gifted yesterday. Resurgence, thank you for the 43. Arch, thank you for the 3 years. Appreciate it. Moldy, thank you for the 10 months as well. So again, I hope you guys are doing good. Ked, you're wrong. Fake, indeed. Earn, thank you for the 43 as well. Hope everybody is doing solid today. We are... Is today Wednesday, chat, or Tuesday? Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, I'm not insane. Okay. Sorry. Tax season, I begin to lose track of time. It's just a thing. So... It's like, I know what day it is, and I subconsciously know, fuck up my mind. Tomorrow's looking to be snow and ice storm. Ooh, is there another front coming down? It's Wednesday, my dudes, indeed. Okay, so literally waiver worked. For the Northeast, okay. Beat that chatterbox? Wait, what? It's me, Cuckoo, with Goku voice, yes. Cad, you know that when crafting HR armor, the layered is automatically crafted? What? What are we, chat? You're, huh? What, for wilds? Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? Like, it's like, this has nothing to do with anything. But no, now I got you. It just, that came out of left field, and so like my brain couldn't handle it because I was like, is he talking about something in FGO? I was like, no, he can't be. He's talking about crafted armor. So what game is he talking about then? And like my brain just could not fathom like it being Monster Hunter. I might be taking a snow day if the weather does end up bad. I'm not bothering with trying to drive if I'm not feeling 100%. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not worth like risking your life or something over something like that. Like, if you just don't want to go out on the roads that day, if you just don't feel like going into work, take a day, right? Like, at that point, at least it's less cars on the road. Also, the purple bar in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is enemy health pool. What purple bar? There's a purple bar? I haven't seen a purple bar. I'm still sick right now. Oh, that's all good. Like, again, if you're still sick, like, take that day and get better, right? Don't force yourself to go out in it. I'm so hyped for the beta tomorrow. I gotta take my car to the shop. Wait, so like, I heard that they're adding like the training ground, but that is literally the only thing I heard get announced. So like, was there anything else that was announced at their like stream? Like, if they say they're making adjustments or anything like that? Probably gonna still have to go to work. I don't know. I don't have to deal with snow, chat. That is the upside. Now there's a foreigner. Well, it doesn't matter because I'm using a writer. They're making changes to training ground? No, I think they're just adding it because it wasn't in the first beta. Same beta, just added flagship. Wait, who's the flagship? Because we already had Ray Dow, and I assume he's not the flagship. I'm not ready for pollen yet. Arkveld, the box cover monster. Yeah, I haven't seen the box cover for it, I guess. Or if I have, I just didn't realize what that monster is. I think I just don't remember what the box cover is. They've optimized for PC and the next beta has more monsters. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Like, I was telling people, so like, I'm sure a lot of you are hype and I don't want to like shit on your parade or anything like that, but for me personally, I will not be playing the Wilds beta because I just don't want to like burn myself out prior to release. Like, it's just simply a factor of wanting to make sure it stays fresh and I enjoy it all. Especially because it's not like I have like bukus and bukus of time, so I have to decide what I do every single weekend. Same, I'll just continue to Malden Rivals. Yeah, It's fine. I think we're actually probably going to get the mid-season update for Rivals like a week before the release, or like maybe a couple days before the release of Wilds. So like we'll at least get to see the new units and that before anything happens. But yeah, we got like 2 to 3 weeks here before Wilds comes out. So that's why like I picked up Kingdom Come Deliverance, is because it's just like, well, we got some time, and really realistically there's not going to be that much that's actually happening on like NA or JP during this time. We're just going to both have Valentine's events, so those are what they are. Valentine's events are actually usually not that grindy, I feel like, at least like if you go all the way back, the original Valentine's events sucked, but the majority of the time right now it feels like it's pretty easy to do. You also hit your goal in Rivals? Yeah, I mean, I got to Gold 3. That's all I needed to do. So it was easy, quote unquote. Like, I paused it a lot, right? But like, I don't know. I didn't feel like I actually had that hard of a time with it. Yeah, like some of these are actually good upgrades. I would really like to do them, but we're gonna prioritize the Saberface one. Ba-da-da-da-da. 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 Off attack. It retracts before and back. Andromeda was rough if you didn't roll. Yeah. Most events generally aren't that grindy. It really just basically boils down to spending your AP efficiently. And if you do that, you're fine. If you take a couple days off, if you let your AP rot too much, that's usually where people have a hard time. But honestly, like the worst events historically, if you ask me, are some of the events where like you have to have and actively rotate multiple craft essences because the nodes require it. Those to me are the just like more cumbersome and annoying of all the events. Maybe I guess like mission events, but I don't really mind mission events because mission events are usually pretty straightforward. Like a lot of the time you just go to the next node and do whatever the heck it like wants you to do. But yeah, my goal in Rivals was Gold 3, and that's just because you get the Sue Storm skin for that. But now in retrospect, I think I'm a much better player than Gold, so I can probably get to Gold 3 relatively easy every single season. And since you get a skin every single season for that, I don't really see a reason not to. Like, again, I think it took me 10 hours, and that was with a shit ton of people disconnecting from the lobbies, me having crashes, and like the teams just being utter dog trash. So it's like it actually didn't take that long in the grand scheme of things, especially because I think like over time those crashes won't happen. How's Andromeda in general? I'm kind of wanting to roll at least a copy because I like her design. She's serviceable. Like I don't think she's a like top tier writer, but she's not a bad writer. Like she can easily function in her intended purpose. So I think she's fine. I didn't even complete the events. I'm on longer shifts, so I didn't have the time to do the event bar, maybe an hour or so. Yeah. I mean, it's like, listen, chat, this is why, like I've said, some of the other events that I do in like other games, some other games get like events really like rudimentary and easy. Other games, it feels like they really like pad the game, and they really want the event to take an exorbitant amount of time. I at least feel like FGO is kind of in the middle road on most of that. It's like, yeah, you have to like manually like spin down your AP and everything, but you don't have like usually super like complex and convoluted mechanics that are designed to like waste your time and stuff. It's just usually play the event, run the node, get your drops, and maybe there's like missions or a ladder or something like that that you're pretty much just automatically completing. Oh, the Snow White one? Yeah, dude, I heard this one. Yep. She's average, pretty much. Like, and unfortunately, like you can look at this and you can say like, oh well, maybe people didn't roll for Andromeda because she's average. Maybe people didn't roll for her because they didn't care enough about the design, or maybe people didn't roll for Andromeda because she's quick. I don't really think it's any one thing. I think it's like all these things like combined, like, because any one thing could cause one person not to roll as opposed to like another thing causing someone else not to. So I think it's usually a confluence of factors that cause like people to roll for a unit or choose not to roll for a unit. That being said, I do feel like Andromeda still was like decently well received and everything. So I don't think there's like any issue on that front. And I don't think the unit's a bad unit. I think most of the units that they come out with nowadays, like it's really rare that we get an actually bad unit. Honest to God, like the last bad unit that I can remember is what's his face? Constantine. Constantine was like, when he came out, he was not in a good place. I remember it, and like I don't know if you guys remember this, when I had to do the unit analysis for Constantine for us, I had a hard time doing that one because Constantine just was not in a good place. Like, to me, with him in his kit as what it was, it's difficult to give you a reason to roll for that unit other than just like, hey, I like the look of the unit. Like, if you asked, hey, what's the gameplay reason to roll him pre-buff, I didn't have one because he was just more expensive, more like party cost wise, like bloaty and stuff like that than various other options that existed in the game. But now he got a buff, and that buff actually does give him somewhat of a niche, and so he is like better. I'm still gonna tell you, like, he's the epitome of a unit you don't have to roll. You don't need him in the slightest, but he's a lot more fun to play, I think, and he can be used as, again, like a really interesting challenge unit. So I in that regard, again, like, I think challenge units in general, they're always going to be in the eye of the beholder. Like, they're not a, hey, you have to grab this unit, because there are so many solutions to given like challenge fights. And even then, there are maybe like, it's very rare that they design a challenge that can only be handled by like a handful of units. Usually they make it so that like a lot of different options exist, and it's kind of obvious as to why. A lot of it's just going to boil down to the developers wanting to actually like make the stuff accessible for their community. So the harder they make the CQ, the more they just kind of like exclude people by doing that. So they I think it's like when they make those types of challenge fights, they have to do like this balancing act of like, all right, it needs to be a challenge, but it needs to not be like so hard or like something that just incentivizes you to be like super whaley, because at that point then like nobody's gonna do it and everyone's gonna scream instead. Grand Servant Orion, thank you for the follow. They still haven't fixed the Saber from T Berserker Guda Guda. Saber from T Berserker Guda Guda. Wait, what do you mean by fixed? You're talking about Saito? Oh, Keisuke. Sorry. Yeah, my brain went to Saito. Keisuke. Yeah, Keisuke's another one. I'm sorry. That like, you guys know I try to give my like my best opinion on these things. I try to usually do right by the unit and try to stump for each individual unit and say like, here's how the unit's good. I really struggle with Keisuke. He's another one of those units where it's like, I don't really see the point because so many other options are just better. So it kind of is an issue at that point. I threw Keisuke at Ort. No. Whenever I go in Game Press for an event guy, they usually say you can't clear the entire shop monuments and all of that IP. Yeah, so when we talk about like clearing shop, right? Like clear on Nat AP. What do we mean by this? We usually mean clearing all rare items, all like craft essences that are in the shop, all ascension materials that are in the shop, and that's it. What we don't mean is skill gems, monuments, and maybe others like the evocation tea leaves. So like that's usually what we mean. It's the quote unquote essentials that we mean. Full clearing a shop, I'm gonna be honest with you, like really like prior to like class score existing, just you didn't need to for the majority of stuff. Like newer players needed to, but more veteran players just go like, well, I'm already fine on all of these, so I don't need to acquire more. With class score coming, that is something to consider. But even then, you need to ask yourself just how many of those you need. And like I said, I'm going to make a guide for you guys, give you guys the actual totals for all of that, give you guys a little bit more like insight as to like, hey, here's how much you're going to need to do. Here's what you probably need to like focus on and all that. Also, did I just take an archer to a rider node? At this point, Nat AP fills up twice a day, pretty much. Like I think you get like 240 AP in a day. Actually, no, I think it's higher than that. I think it's like 280. Well, they started being able to clear shop with Nat AP after they added more stuff to the shop back with Tuts events. Yeah, I mean, honestly, since JP has been adding more stuff to the shop, it's actually been more difficult for me to Nat AP it. But it is. How monument intensive is class score? It really depends because the extra classes get a little spicy, but I think like for the base classes, the most you need is like 600 of every single statue in monument. And that's if you want to do like everything, which there are ways to min-max class score, at least in the short term. Then storm pods can be spent whenever you want. Yeah, honestly, that is the upside to the storm pod change. It's technically not as efficient for material drops to use that AP in the event, but because you can do your storm pods during the event, it can make you more efficient in the event. So it really just boils down to like, how do you feel and what are your priorities? I think it depends, right? Like, can you still clear the essentials on Nat AP? Yes, absolutely. So really then it comes down to how much do you need those like leftover things versus like getting the actual material from a free quest. And that's a toss up for people. Is there a QP storm pod node? Yes. Yes, there is. I wish we'd get the storm pod update for any node early, but I doubt it. I doubt it because again, I think a lot of that is partially dictated by like them running the half cost campaigns and them stocking the shops as much as they have. So it really just boils down to whether or not the developers want to give it to us early, but if they give it to us early, they're technically giving us an advantage. So I think they'll just probably hold on to that one. Because there's really no like major pressing need for them to. God, this is a weird one. I have no quick AoE Berserker on JP. Sorry. I have no quick AoE Berserker that easily 3 turns. Not without me drastically shifting this composition. Use your Grailed Zerkalot? That's asking for it. Try Yield Edmund Dantes. Behold Dantes looping in current year. And it's OG Dantes at that. It's a relatively new JP player. The restrictions for the new Snake event was tough. I feel like I'm behind on a lot of mats. Yeah, they do that from time to time, and that is one of the criticisms of the game, is that like some of the stuff is locked at high end. Usually it's not too bad. Usually, even then, if you focus on during that time in the event doing other stuff like getting caught up on story, you can kind of use it as a catch-up mechanism, and then you'll get the next event. And so it's like, okay, well, you might have lost some stuff from that current event. Well, the upside is there was no welfare in that event, so you didn't miss anything on that front. And yeah, you missed some materials, but you're always going to need materials. So all you did was just kind of like extend how long it's going to take you now to like get some of those materials done. And I don't think that's that big of a concern. I feel like materials, while they are the eternal end game in this game, they are also not that bad in terms of like being able to acquire them. This he doesn't look like a bum in this Ascension? Dude, I'm sorry, I don't really care for the new Dantes version's design. I think it's just it's hey, we did too much. We put too much crap on everything. Wait, they didn't buff his 3rd skill, did they? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's still the same deal. My Dantes doors lately because I drained all my QP, yeah. I can't wait for the upcoming tower event for no particular reason. Ah, a foot person, I see. And maybe the free C if it's a good one. Okay, that's true. That is actually a good point because the Snake event did have a really good CE. That is kind of rough, but I assume at this point that you're pretty much eventually going to see all of those Cs back in like the shops and stuff. Do I have anything that needs to be done on NA? We are done with LB7. We are needing to roll the Jarcher. We are needing to farm. Advanced quest? Bah, those can wait. There's technically 1 day left on half-cost Ember Gathering and Training Grounds, but I'm not really prepared to do anything with that at the current moment, so I just... unfortunately, this is what I hate about this crap, is like, they always drop this at inconvenient times for me. I think it would have been better if I had finished LB7 faster, but because I didn't, I just couldn't really take advantage of it. I did get all of the free quests done, though. Mana Prism situation is probably the most pressing thing for me. See, I keep saying that to people that like the new players are actually Mana Prism starved and nobody realizes how big of an issue that is. And like people are like, what do you mean it's easy to get Mana Prisms down? It's like, it's really not. Like, yeah, I think you can get them from obviously like doing lottos and stuff, and you do get them from rolling. But that's with actual Saint Courts. Like, if they applied it to like the FP rolls or something, maybe it'd be a little bit easier. But yeah, they got to do something about the Mana Prism situation, because in a weird way, it feels like they're purposely doing it to try and drain the vast hordes that some of the veterans have out. But it makes it really rough on newer players to do anything with that. Started this game yesterday. Thank you for the guides. No problem. Let me know if you got any questions. Always happy to help new players. It's easy if they realize how good lottos are, otherwise no. So here, let me state this though, lol. Like, even if they realize how good a lotto is, how many boxes can they actually grind in that first lotto? How many boxes can they grind in the second? How many can they grind in the third? So it gets really difficult when you start considering just how many Mana Prisms they actually need. There is so much they have to buy, and there's still like that monthly allotment they need to kind of cover. I feel bad for new players in that regard. It is a growing issue, and it's only getting worse with everything that they keep adding. I remember my first lotto, I had the most jank setup Lamau. Yeah. Second was like 150. Yeah, like, and to be fair, I've seen someone that did like 300 boxes their first lotto. Like, it is a thing. You can do it, but even if you get 300 boxes, are you like, oh, you're suddenly swimming in Mana Prisms? No, you immediately spend all of your Mana Prisms. Like, and you'll be that way for years. It's actually kind of nuts. And I remember the first lotto I did could only clear 250, but that was all held up because Q Caster got a buff. Yeah. You got to play like the whole event, pretty much. I feel like back then it was a bit rougher given today's roster. What do you mean? Welcome home, Jay. 90++ nodes of Morgan Fest were really generous in the node layout. Yes, they were. And the upcoming like Nero Fest, sorry, not Nero Fest, Nemo Fest. Sorry, chat, Saberface bias. The upcoming Nemo Fest is also like really, really nice. No. I'm specifically calling out the Christmas event, because that Christmas event, normally our Christmas event like structures are ass, but Nemo Fest doesn't do it like the conventional ones. So it's actually a really good one. Also, it's a shell lotto. But there is what there is. Yeah, sorry, I did say Nemo Fest. It's Nemo Mas. Live Mas. Not me 7 turning my first lotto to 350 boxes, never again. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, eventually you get to a point where you actually do start becoming efficient, and then you don't have to 7 turn that stuff. I used to know a player / streamer, chat, that would take whatever amount of turns it took to clear a node, because they would always insist on running 6 Bond Cs. Like literally anything that could enhance Bond, like anything that could enhance like QP, Mystic Code, Master Level, and they would just even in the middle of an event, like in place of event Cs, they would still run Max Bond. There is a point where you just go like, man, I guess that game is just suffering for them. Well, game seems very complex for new players. Spent the entire day watching guide instead of playing, but very excited to dive into it. So primarily, Azor, just focus on story at first. Try to do everything you can there. How you're gonna level up is like realistically, a lot of the stuff that you need for your account can just be found under the like Chaldea Gate section. So like just to show you here real fast, which means it's gonna break my capture card again, unfortunately. It's just a unique bug with these nodes. Oh, sorry, that's not the right place. Go all the way back out to the main menu. Did that? Oh my god, it broke my capture card leaving LB7. Give it a second. Coming. There it is. So, like right here, literally in the main menu, Chaldea Gate has just about everything you need to take care of for your account. So, daily quests are going to include how you level up your characters, how you get like QP, which is like the currency basically that allows you to like do skills and levels and stuff. And then yeah, your training grounds. And your training grounds are going to be like your statues and monuments that allow you to ascend characters, because like characters basically just go through like 4 different stages, and at each of the 4 stages you end up like needing the actual essential materials. Interludes, rank up quests, these are both like how you improve characters if they have upgrades that are available to you. I honest to god just ignore the advanced quest for right now. In that regard, this is geniusly named because newbies should not touch this yet. And then like your story chapters are all going to be like down in here, so just focus on that. That needs to be your primary goal. And then if you feel like you're getting stuck on story because you can't do the fights, then come back to the Chaldea Gate, do some farming in the Ember Gathering to level up your characters, yada yada yada. Kane, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Trying to get Cuckoo online. I lucked into her. Focus on that middle skill. You're going to need the charge. Advanced quest when you want grinding to be 1% easier. Yeah, like not even, right? Like assuming that that you just actually have like oh hey, I desperately need that material, and then you go in and you do the advanced quest that gives the CE for that material. But yeah, it is what it is. To me, the advanced quests are really only worth it once you can get MLB. I'm doing advanced quests just because there's a future extra quest that gives Sankorts. Yeah, that's fine. I let my advanced quest build up until there's like nothing else to do. And like right now, I'd prefer to be farming than doing advanced quests. Plus, I'd like to get you guys to the roll session of the stream. Dust MLB is here very soon. Yeah, I think it's the next round of them, right? I think like the next 2 sets of advanced quests, we get back-to-back in MLBs. Typically, whatever CE you get for the quest, you also get some of the material at the same time. That is true. In that regard, they are nice. I hate the BB Salieri Himiko one. I like it's so funny because I don't even like remember any of them anymore. Like I remember some of the first couple ones. There's a couple like infamous advanced quests, but since those more infamous ones, they've learned and they haven't done anything quite like that since. And then frankly, like they just haven't been running advanced quests on JP in a long time. So you just I don't know. It's just not that big of a deal. Hey, Myrtle team, that one? Yeah. What do I feel that Bunny Toria art is familiar? Because it's drawn by Dan, by Fordan, aka. And Dan has done, let me see. Dan has done this for us, chat. So, is good. Very well done indeed. Like I said, go give Dan some support. Give him a follow if you guys haven't already. Go like his art piece. Arturia wearing Miyamoto swimsuit. So it's really funny that it kind of turned out that way, but no. So first of all, it's Aurelia, my OC, that is legally distinct from Lartoria. mostly because like I decided that I had to do that back in the day because, you know, we had Aniplex threatening to like DMCAS over everything, so we were just like, yeah, no, okay, screw it. But yeah, Dan basically drew it, and it was actually really similar, if I remember, when he did draw it, the first draft, and I asked him to change it so that it wouldn't be like 1-to-1. This is a PSA for Aniplex spies. You're damn right it is. Farming reverse scales in Babylonia. I have Cuckoo's second skill lord. Yep, that's the literally the main one you got to get online first is the charge skill because you need that 50% charge to work in some of the scenarios. From there, then yeah, I'd work on the other two skills and getting them maxed out too. They're also important, especially if you want to be able to double them up. So getting them to 10, getting their cooldowns reduced is kind of a big deal. Without Bazette, because I only see videos of her, you're asking the wrong person at that point. Avalon's probably the better person to ask. Because like I said, I don't think I've even done it yet. Source don't have her. SMH. Uncultured swine. Ionis, thank you for the prime. Jack, can we get some love for our newest sub? Enjoy your emotes and welcome to the channel. I have her grailed on JP. Grail her on an A. Why not both? Both is good. It's okay, chat. Because like I say this and then everybody gives me crap for like some of my grails on JP. So I've learned I have to give chat crap back. Me and my friends love your content, so I wanted to support. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Always nice to hear that that the content is pleasing to people. Need to look at the advanced quest, but at least I didn't. It at least didn't stick in my mind. Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I mean. So many of these advanced quests are just forgettable. Like you do them and then you're like, wait, that was a thing, and you don't even remember it after the fact. Grail for love, not gameplay. That's usually my advice. Poison crab most forgettable? No, the poison crab one I remember because the poison crab one was originally was it the Summer 1 challenge quest? And that one caused people some grief back in the day. So like that one's one of the more infamous ones. They're also hateable, yes. Thank you for banner reviews. I watched the third part today and it helps me plan ahead. Sure. Yeah, again, just a reminder, guys, we did get all 3 parts of the banner review out on the main channel. Go give that a watch if you guys haven't already. I know it was a pretty long series, but shit, I mean, like, throw it on at work or something. Just give yourself something to, like, veg out to in the background, and you can perk up and pay more attention when it's something you're interested in. Jarcher for JP, assume it's already NP5 and NA. Oh yeah, she's been NP5 for a long time. See, and here's the problem with my JP account. I don't really have a strong AoE archer on JP. I have an NP1 Gil, an NP1 Ishtar. That's it. Like my strongest, and I shit you not, my strongest AoE archer is, I think I have an NP5 Zenobia. But I just have not ever gotten my hands on like Durga or Jarcher before this. Even other ones like Say and stuff like that. I think I have Say on JP. I think I have one copy of her. So yeah, I lack the I lack the actual like levels to do much on JP with that. Hacks, thank you for the 43. Appreciate it. How are you doing today? Yeah, can we get some more love? Some cheers, some hugs? Jarcher's some of my favorite card animations. I love Jarcher's animation. She, like, don't get me wrong. I understand it's like she's not the strongest AoE archer by any stretch of the imagination. She's just an excellent looper and handles nodes so well. But I do think it's kind of high time they actually gave her some sort of upgrade. We'll just have to see, because at this point, Durga is also a very good unit at handling odd structured nodes, and Durga just flat out like trounces her in damage. So I'd like to see them at least do something for Jarcher eventually. All right, did you enjoy LB7? No, I fucking hated it. Of course I enjoyed it. Are you going for NP1 or higher? It may be the or higher, but I'm not sure. So standard NP buff works. Yeah, like I don't have any issue giving her an NP buff. Some people might scream if she gets one, but like I don't think it's a big issue. Especially not with some of the AoE archers and how they currently are. Yeah, I just started LB2 and Holmes. Holy crap. Oh, listen. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, we got AP on both servers, Dedge. Actually, let's go see real quick how my cuckoo's doing. I have no idea like how I'm doing for some of the other materials. Okay, so we need like 4 more and we can do one of them. Yeah, this is the one I probably want to go with first. Well, this one is the selfish one, whereas this one actually buffs everybody. Because it's the attack up. Oh my god, fingers. There we go. Still, the other one scales better. So it's like, I don't know. I probably want to do the third skill. 3rd is 7 turn cooldown right now. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because the cooldowns are a little bit different. So that'd probably be to my benefit. There, chat. Are you happy we did the ball of rainbow thread? You don't have to scream at me anymore. I think you could buy them with Pure Prism SCAD if you don't want to farm. That's true, I could. I'm going to have to farm it anyways. And so it's like, at some point I'll probably just go buy it and I'll put a dent in it that way, but it doesn't matter. They get an MLB Black Grail. Ooh, nice. That is very lucky. That is extremely lucky, actually. It's actually how much like who's on rate up right now? KP Arish, was it just the download campaign? Yeah, that's all it is. Okay. Sorry, I was just curious. Okay. So, oh, who's that? Don't look at that. That's spoilers. All right, chat. Let's begin the Jarcher rolls, and I guess we can start talking about LB7 since that was a thing. I know it's like this will kind of coincide with other stuff, but yeah, I haven't really decided what my overall goal is. I don't know if we have a mod present that can count me down. I just saw what Steve sent me. I can. Looks like Tarak will. Okay, sweet. All right, we're gonna start off with the paid single because it's a saber face chat. Something that makes fire as a catalyst. Listen, I don't think that fire would be a good catalyst for normal John. I think maybe for Jarcher, but normal John is a big no. Why is Simple 3-star on rate up? Talking about him? I don't know. They always put like people in there. So I guess because like it's a little bit more difficult for people to sometimes get certain 3-stars if they don't have a lot of like FP to roll and stuff like that. Bring the Bible. I was gonna say I actually don't need a catalyst for Jarcher. I am the catalyst, chat. On like so many levels. This is the reason that Janu shows up easily for me. You didn't cook, did you? No, I don't have to for her. Kidnap a dolphin? No, I feel like that'd be a bad thing. Imagine Ruler John Spook. I think it happened on my Jarcher rolls on an A. But okay, chat, let us begin the discussion. So you've been warned, spoiler territory approacheth. LB7, what do you guys want to talk about? I guess like I can give you guys my initial thoughts about LB7. Realistically, I thought LB7 was the best Lostbelt. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I actually think it was the best. I really like LB6 on a lot of levels, but I have some glaring issues with what they did with LB6. I have like no issues with LB7. Like none. Like nothing major anyways. I have like I guess some like pet peeves and nitpicks, but they're like that's nothing in the grand scheme of things. You can agree that 6 got lost in the woods, yeah. Why did Ort need 2 sets of raids? I think they really wanted you to understand that Ort was a major threat, and I feel like the game does an adequate job of that. I don't like his Kali. So I don't like his Kali either. So it's really funny because of who they reveal his Kali to be, right? Personally, his Kali reminds me of Pachi from LB1, where it's like you just didn't understand and you kept making the same mistake. He never learned from his mistakes. And at that point I go like, well, it is what it is. The gold orbs already. I see. It's going to be one of those banners. It's going to be one of those banners. We have 2 archers on rate up. Why was I thinking anything less? The stupid gimmicks. Yeah, I do think the stupid gimmicks in LB7 do hold it back some. Honestly, like, I'm actually okay with like the fight specific gimmicks. Okay. What I'm not okay with is how often they made force support a thing. That was just really meh to me. Yeah, like the fights themselves I actually thought were pretty fun. Because I didn't feel like any of them were like too difficult, but I did feel like they at least presented enough of a challenge. To me, if you took LB6 and LB5, LB7 is more towards like LB5 in terms of difficulty. And in that regard, I'm okay with it. Just the constant redoing of the party, yeah. They've really got to do that better. I know it's like, well, we have like the team fill out thing, but hi, Sumanai. What are you doing here? Like, hold on, this is France we're rolling for, not Germany. You have a favorite fight in it? Love the final one the best, personally. Hold on, chat. Hi, Ashvataman. Honestly, it's probably the Final Lord fight. The Final Lord fight is at least like, it's one of the more unique fights they've put in the game. And it is I'm just going to go ahead and say this. It's the genesis, like, it's the prototype for certain fights that you guys will see later. Yeah. I can't say Camazotz because Camazotz was just not like fun to me. Camazotz was like, hey, yo, we just keep stacking annoying mechanics. Camazotz makes so much thinking. Yeah, it's not even that. Like, I know you can like override some of his mechanics. Those particular mechanics that they put in a fight, it's kind of a like amalgamation of like, yeah, I find these things annoying. I don't like fighting against these types of things. RNG death is such a stupid gimmick. Are you talking about on Ort Zabalba or something else? Oh, Camazotz. Wait, did Camazotz have random death? Was it like the next to last break bar or something? It was only 15%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I feel like at this point, death is a mechanic that works predominantly against the player. And it makes it annoying because the player doesn't have good ways to deal with it. Like, if you think about a chat, what are your actual counters to death proc? Hi, Ashvataman. I see we're going to be farming Ashvatamans tonight. Guts, Scotty NP. Yeah, it's like, it's Scotty NP, it's Arash Kagal, it's Guts, and like that's kind of it. Like, you don't really have any like good effective way of dealing with it. So at that point, I think it's not a fun mechanic to fight against, because it's either something that just doesn't matter at all because you never get procced, or it's something that's like really RNG and frustrating. Old Man Hassan, true, he's actually death proc or undeathable. Archer again. Ashvataman again. Holy crap. We're already on NP4 Ashvataman. I don't even know if I have him originally on JP. See, who is his original banner, chat? He was alongside was there Arjuna Alter? Yeah, so I don't think I had him on JP. Yeah. We need more taunt Cs. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's really sad because like soloing and taunting are two of the like more effective ways of dealing with some of the fights, but you can't do a whole lot if you don't have certain units or you don't have the taunt Cs. So in that regard, I do think they just need to like let taunt Cs go and let people have access to them, because it's just kind of stupid at this point. Final Ort Bar sucked ass. Took me half a dozen runs to win. I could get through the rest of the fight without too much difficulty, but 4 of my runs had Ort killing my DPS first. So it's really funny that you say that, Arch, because my original kill shot on JP, and one of the possibilities that we came up with when we were trying to like strategize that fight for the Saberface only run was to end it with Castoria. Because that is how I did it on JP. Ort killed everybody else except my Castoria, and then my Castoria soloed him the rest of the way. And it was freaking hilarious. How did Olga go from our director to Super Olga? That is not explicitly known at this current point in time. That's like, I can't answer that question, because in order to even get close to an answer, I have to approach like not only spoiler territory, but just go straight into like theory. So I'm just going to say, imagine yourself how you think that's possible. So like, and I saw earlier someone wants to talk about Subject E. It's really interesting. I think Subject E and who it is still somewhat up in the air. Like, we don't actually have direct confirmation. There is a lot of hints that Subject E could have been Olga, or it could have been like, again, us, like the other version of us from Chaldeus. So, well, sorry, I say from Chaldeus. It could have been the other version of us from Earth, and maybe we're actually from Chaldeus. So that'd be some big brain shit. Which, if you remember how we start out the game, chat, we start out the game waking up in a hallway. And it's like, that's it. There's like no other backstory there. So that could be the actual point where like maybe we switch places with our other version. So that's an interesting theory I have. We'll see if that one actually ever comes true. But yeah, like Subject E is very much up in the air. What we know about Subject E from what they've said, Subject E was not from that world. Subject E, in that regard, could be considered extraterrestrial, but that could mean many things. And we also know that they tortured Subject E. We also know that they had quote-unquote state-of-the-art technology, but it was state-of-the-art technology for the current year on Earth. And when they were actually torturing Subject E, it was technically 100 years in the future on Chaldeus. Blue Book is probably the if you guys remember, there's like in the room at the end of 6.5, there is seemingly this like symbol / twig type thing sitting on the sitting on like the table there, right? But then leaning up against the table is this like invisible like man, like, and all you see is like the nervous system. That's probably Blue Book. Because we know that Blue Book was seemingly shot in that room. We don't know if it's that specific room or like some other version of the room. But, dude, I'd love for the twist of our world is actually Lostbelt, or Chaldeus Earth is actually our Earth. That's kind of what it is. If you realize it, So and chat, help me out here, but like I remember they said that like the order of events was as Blue Book described them, I think it's the trees fell and the earth was bleached, and then no, sorry, I think it was the other way around. I think it was the earth was bleached and then the trees fell. And in our world, it was the trees fell and then the earth was bleached. Or wait, did I get that back? I don't know. I'm mixing myself up at this point in time. But it's like, literally, they were polar opposites of each other. In one scenario, the trees fell and then the earth was bleached. And in the other scenario, the earth was bleached and then the trees fell. So we have that. We also have this idea that's presented at the end of the story that Chaldeus got bleached. And then because Chaldeus got bleached, Earth got bleached. So it's seeming that the reason for Earth getting bleached is because of Chaldeus. And now knowing what we know from the ordeal called Prologue, we can't gain access to Chaldeus until we deal with the various ordeal calls. So that's why like JP still has bleached Earth. They can't unbleach it yet. Not until they complete all the prologues. Just got switched out with Chaldeus? Yeah, seemingly, right? Like Chaldeus basically did something to us. Ryder. Hi, Martha. It could be done LB7 without revives if I sat down and did the fights. I felt bad for David when we learned his story, but I don't get why he felt so bad that he needed to eliminate the whole planet. I'm not sure if we find out more about David, so like that may be a thing. I'm going to give you my best guess. The way they explained it to you, essentially, David is not the original like kid. The original kid died. David is whatever copy or replacement took his place. Right? So at that point, what's told to you in the story is that from then on out, David no longer thought like a normal human. He thought with an alien mind, in effect. So David, and again, like some of this, he basically says like, oh, if this goes through, the entire like universe will hate Earth, will hate humanity. Okay, so there is something to be said that we still don't know everything that's up, but it looks like David was trying to stop all of this from happening because what we're about to do is like commit some sort of like unforgivable sin. Right? Like something that we can't take back. Something that is so bad that like, yeah, like the entire like universe will just hate us from then on out. So at that point, why did David feel the need to destroy the Earth? I don't know. And I agree with you. Because it seems to reason, and he kind of says this at the end, like after you beat him with Tezcatlipoca there at the end, he basically says like, I never figured that Chaldea itself would be fighting against Chaldeus. So we already did something that David didn't like factor in. He didn't think this was possible, but we did it. So in that regard, yeah, it's maybe you could just chalk it up to he assumed that sort of thing was impossible. However, I do still agree because we were told that David was somebody that makes the impossible possible. I honest to God, I hate to say it, David got overhyped. Lan Ling, what? Hi. But yeah, like David, to me, like the story really tried to hype him up and he did not live up to the expectations to me. I really, like, I went in thinking, oh, David's like a solid bro. And literally like in 7.1, you still think that. Because in 7.1, he basically gives you all these supplies and you're like, oh shit, he's like actually preparing us for what's to come. And he kind of did. But yeah, like in the end, he kind of just was an asshole. And like you find that out at the end of 7.1 because there's already some hints when he basically threatens like Sion and Da Vinci there and is like, if I see you again, I'll kill you. Right? Like, so you already got some hints that like, yeah, he's maybe not a good guy. There's maybe more that meets the eye. Apparently I need to be a better Catholic boy. Because we're getting Ashvataman instead. David's weird, yeah. I think we'll find out more about David in the future, but it really seems odd. Like, it's like, oh, yeah, like again, I saw someone just say, it's like David told us to go to Antarctica, so it's like he kind of like helped us out. It still doesn't excuse him being an asshole the rest of the time. Like, yes, he did give us something that actually could help us, but he did it in the worst possible way. And in a way that, frankly, like, had he not done any of it, the entire experience would have just been better. I still don't understand why using extra classes is bad. The way that the prologue sort of states it, and the way that, like, is somewhat implied overall, is that extra classes are unnatural. They're these, like, weird what-ifs that didn't necessarily need to be. So, using the 7 base classes, perfectly fine. Using extra classes, hey, we maybe stepped too far. So basically, the way they're setting it up is that we somehow used classes that were not normal, not native to like the throne and to Earth and all of that. I don't really agree with that. I think it's stupid. I understand what the deal was with this colleague Moctezuma helping Tezcatlipoca in LB7. I could talk about that in a bit if you re-ask me, but like just dealing with this first one here. So, like, are the extra classes like actually evil and bad? No, we're literally going to prove that with the ordeal calls, I suspect. We didn't do anything wrong, chat. Like, and when I say this, I mean Chaldea's team, like our team didn't do anything wrong. It's the world that's wrong. And keep in mind, so what happened was after we defeated the Lostbelts, we fulfilled whatever condition of Animasphere's plan that he had set in motion. And then Chaldeus basically took our place as the new humanity. So Gaia, in effect, is like not recognizing us. Or maybe it's Alaya at this point. I'm not even really sure. But it's like, it's not recognizing us as humanity. So I do expect that part of this struggle is going to be, we're going to be struggling against the concept of what is humanity and kind of trying to have to prove that we are actually humanity compared to whatever the fuck Chaldeus is. So the deal with Moctezuma and Tezcatlipoca and like why would he help him? So remember, Moctezuma in proper human history was sided with Tezcatlipoca. That is to say, he was doing ritual sacrifices. The theory was that he allowed someone claiming to be Quetzalcoatl into his city in the hopes that he could get it to stop. It's not that he agreed with Tez. It's that that's the way his city was aligned, and that's how he had to kind of keep conducting business, but he wanted to put a stop to it. Then that being said, what ended up happening is his entire city fell to ruin and he was killed. So he felt like he was burned by that. Hi, Ashvataman. Speaking of. So, at that point, it's a thing, right? Like, oh, okay, well, you know, he's kind of like the jilted ex-lover type deal. It's almost like Jarcher in the sense of like, well, he got burned, and so because he got burned, he now hates proper human history, even though he's from proper human history. So that's why he decided to side with Tez because Tez wants to just destroy proper human history. One which we don't know, which is interesting. It is possible that you could not know who the second person is. However, I think who the second person is like extremely likely. We're going to prove our innocence by summoning a beast? Yeah, that's going to be kind of wild, right? However, if you think about it, right? So let's say this. Only humanity could summon a beast. Right? Think about it. What is a beast? An evil of humanity. I ain't seeing no beasts on Chaldeus. So it is what it is. I do find it really weird, though, and I'm going to say that. To me, that is the weakest point of Ordeal Call, is this idea that, like, yeah, the extra classes are somehow the reason for this. Because it's like, all we did is we used all the weapons at our disposal. That's it. Like, these weapons were already here. They were lying around. Like, literally, they're like, oh, well, Avenger and Ruler. I'm like, Avenger and Ruler are part of proper human history. They did exist. Yes, they're not the 7 base classes. They are exceptions, but they did exist. We didn't come up with those. So at best you can say, like, yeah, maybe some of the others. Honestly, I think the most damning one against us is MASH. It's Shielder. Because we did that. We created Shielder. Like, that was not a thing prior to Chaldea actually, like, doing a demi-servant and making a Shielder. And that's why I think if there is a 5th Ordeal Call, or there is like a conclusion arc, I think that's where, like, yeah, you're going to realize that, like, MASH is actually the key. Isn't Ruler meant to be an arbiter not controlled by humans? Yeah. So what? Moon Cancer's only supposed to be BB. Like, at this point, a lot of this is like, well, this is the game's fault, not mine. Like, the game literally put these units in front of us, and then it's like we're being punished for it. Like I said, it's just, it's a narrative means to an end. That's why they're doing it. I don't really think it's that big of a deal, but it is a thing. And who decided there was more moon cancers? BB. Yeah, I guess, right? Hate the game, don't hate the player. Precisely. Well, chat. Looks like I gotta bust out ye old wallet here soon. So I'm gonna get logged into the JP store. Obviously, we need to summon 5 more beasts so we can bring 7 grand beasts. Nah. Also, why should we trust anything the new Romani says? Because the new Romani is not explicitly stated to be our enemy. And they talked about that. He said, oh, I'll only treat you as an enemy once you defeat Lostbelt 7, like all the Lostbelts. But then he later goes on to clarify, like, yeah, but, you know, I guess what I was trying to mean is that, like, you would probably be my enemy if you did that. So that's them playing with words, and he's not actually an enemy. You just, like, the second something like that gets said, you jump immediately to the opposite, the polar opposite conclusion, because that's where the writer is leading you to. They're literally like, they're trying to be like, hey, maybe he's not an enemy. That means he's not an enemy, straight up. She tries to make you spend. It's funny, Jarcher's normally pretty nice to me, so we'll see. A false declaration, yeah. You're breaking our suspension of disbelief? What do you mean? Sandcourts is just going to pop into my account from farming. Wait, hold on. What is this? I guess they made some sort of announcement in December that you can, like, register a credit card for purchasing stuff, which is weird because I thought you already could. Spartan, thank you for the 75. Have you tried asking to give Reese head pats? Listen, I like Jeff the Land Shark. That should be enough for Reese. Sorry, I'm just getting the setup on the other screen here. Hold on. Till 30 days later when those farm sandcourts come back to haunt you. Yeah. 30 days later. So chat, they're asking for a verification code. So I guess I gotta do that. Okay. The sandcourts farming method? Yes, that's what I'm verifying for. I just wish his ending was such an anti-climax. So, chat, the Camazotz arc is a little bit more about Nitocris than it is Camazotz. Like, they're literally trying to give Nitocris some actual, like, plot development. And I think they did a great job. Like, I actually really did like that. Camazotz has his own arc. Like, you do find out more about him. But I think a lot of that was he was set up for, like, this is why Ort is the way it is. But then you were also, like, kind of misled by that because you made assumptions based off of what got told to you by Camazotz. And then you actually didn't realize, like, oh, yeah, hey, this is a thing. Yeah, I do think Marsbury is going to be, like, the end of everything, probably. At least for, like, part 2. Bro, what even is a Black Grail? Black Grails don't exist on JP. Camazotz is never confirmed dead. Oh. While you are correct, I want you to realize something. That also probably means that you're never getting him as a servant. Assassin. Oh, hi, Chiome. That makes Avalon happy. I have 4 on NA. Surely they aren't that hard to get. Yeah, surely. Your Jarcher's looking kind of strange. It would appear. Okay, chat. Oh my god. Come on, dude. Again? They can bring proper human history Camazotz. And chat would have to, like, remind me, but I believe Nasu explicitly talks about why Camazotz will not be summonable. Because I remember, like, people mauled it. It was during one of the fandom interviews. I think it was, not last year's, but, like, the year before. His story is done. Yeah, but I think he, like, explicitly said, like, hey, he's not summonable. Maybe Nasu lied. Well, I do think that's obviously a thing for Nasu. I'm also going to say that Nasu had, like, an entire section talking about him and literally why he won't be summonable. I don't think he goes to that great of a length explaining all of that for him to just turn around and be like, oops, teehee. Like, normally when Nasu lies, he does these, like, one sentence lies of, like, eh. And, like, he kind of says something cheeky. This wasn't that. This was Nasu just going into great, extensive, and exhaustive detail. Aurelius, thank you for the 53. Appreciate it. Hope Jarcher is kind. Yeah, I hope so too. The rest thing's important to him. Yeah. I would never trust Nasu completely, but I remember that being oddly serious. Yeah, like I said, I remember people were like in shambles over that particular segment of the interview because it was like it was confirmation he would never be summonable, and they were like, oh, and it's like, again, I have to give the Camazotz fans a little bit of shit because oh my god, there are some spoilery motherfuckers that could not shut their mouth. Like, he was the worst kept secret from LB7. Absolutely by far. At this point, if you manage to dodge the existence of Camazotz in the community, you are very lucky. I feel like he's done this before. So, like, Nasu has said, like, someone won't be a thing before, right? But again, he normally gives you, like, a one line. He doesn't go that deep. I'm kind of tired of the Black Barrel and how Hume Barrel Rayproof never actually working on big enemies. They hyped them up so much. And like 10 times they've actually used it. It's maybe worked maybe twice. I mean, chat, we didn't even use Black Barrel this entire Lostbelt. All we got was instead reasons for why it couldn't work. Or wait, did we? No, sorry, we did use the Black Barrel once. We used it on Camazotz. Or no, sorry, it wasn't on Camazotz. It was on the bats. We literally used it on the bats. And Olga on the start, that wasn't Black Barrel. I guess it was some Lance thing. So wait, does chat not understand what that was? The fact that we got Moon Cancer Tlaloc kind of proves that Nasu has now moved on from Camazotz. Yeah, I do agree with that a little bit, right? The ray proof not working on Olga was interesting now post LB7. So I pointed this out to chat literally like right after. So let's explain this. What was fired from that ship? That was their new special cannon that they had developed from the events of LB6. You guys remember? They literally had Muramasa sacrifice himself, turn into the very concept of a sword, and that's what they used to make the cannon. Okay? So that was functionally like Excalibur. We essentially fired an Excalibur cannon at Olga. But what does Excalibur do? Excalibur, if you guys know anything about its seals and how it functions, it is a holy sword, literally, that is called the breath of the planet, and it is designed to, again, be something that can protect humanity. That is to say, if you are a threat to humanity, Excalibur will scale up to your level and kick your ass. That is how it works. So what's really interesting is it doesn't work at all on Olga. Why not? Because Olga's not a threat to humanity. And I pointed that out right away. That, like, that's the only conclusion I could come to, is that Olga isn't actually a threat. And chat, I don't know if you got that at all, but that was the major arc of LB7. Like, from start to finish, Olga sacrifices herself at the end because she is not a threat to humanity. She's a friend. Prez is helping us all the way through. I think there's some mixed feelings there. And this is why, like, the idea of Olga being Subject E does have some merit, because Olga was basically tortured. And we know this. How do we know this, chat? She said it. She says it. However, it is also shown to you. I don't know why my capture card borked there. Yeah, it's in Moonlight Lost Room, chat. You actually get to see Olga getting tortured at one point. So not only did she say it, we were shown it years ago. So there is an idea that Olga actually is Subject E, or went through some of the same shit that Subject E did. And that is really interesting. Because if you were tortured by humanity, you would really want to hurt humanity. But maybe she wasn't tortured by humanity. Maybe she was tortured by Chaldeus people. Or maybe she was tortured by Chaldea. So humanity isn't who she's after. She's after perhaps a foreign planet or a foreign group. But yeah, so there is this concept told to you in the story of Chaldea, aka Old Chaldea, and Chaldea, aka New Chaldea. That is to say, us. So after Marisbury, after David threatened Marisbury, and Marisbury offed himself, Chaldea changed. And it changed into our Chaldea. It was no longer like an evil shadow organization. We actually began to develop it. Novum. So this is really interesting because the way they keep describing Novum is Novum Chaldea is Chaldea Lostbelt onward. That is to say, after original Chaldea's base gets destroyed. But I agree with you. I think you can apply this concept more towards Novum Chaldea starts when our journey begins. Like all the way back in part 1. But she was summoned by the foreign god? No? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Olga? Because they also leave up in the air who the foreign god actually is. Black Grail incoming? God, I wish. The Subject E called out for help, which summoned the foreign god. Yep. We thought that meant you, Olga, but it was apparently Chaldeus. So I'm wondering why Chaldeus even needed her to call for help in the first place. Was it Chaldeus? Or was Chaldeus already there? And what got called for help was you, Olga, was the Lostbelt trees. You forgot the faux hat. Perhaps. I don't think my luck's going to turn around just because I put on a faux hat, chat. But we can try. Still not really clear in the difference between a master and a cryptor. All cryptors are masters. Not all masters are cryptors. The cryptors are literally just Team A that died quite literally in their crypts. Faux hat OP. I mean, we'll see. But the priestess is not talked about at all in LB7, which is really funny because I was told that between LB 6.5 and LB7 that we'd basically get all the answers. The priestess is never answered. It's never even addressed. So, in that regard, you talk about how you need your big sister to come save you. I do need my big sister to come save me. Feels like we got more questions than answers now. I mean, that's good. And it's the same thing that's happening right now on JP with like the ordeal calls chat. That's how we know there's going to be a part 3. What's your thoughts on Caddick now? Still hate him. Caddick basically can't be redeemed in my eyes until he sacrifices himself. Because at this point, that's the only thing that can prove that he's like not just internally a coward. What do you mean, Crossed? We don't know about that. Oh. And it's still Ashwatthama in chat. Do I have a favorite crypter? Yeah, I think that's easy, chat. Okay, chat. On 3, let's all say our favorite crypter, okay? 3, no, sorry. Let me do that backwards. 1, 2, 3. Pepe. Yeah, it's fucking Pepe. If it's not Pepe, what the heck are you doing with your life? Python? Okay, if you like Python, I understand, right? But in terms of actual, like, personality, dear Lord, it is 110% Pepe throughout the entirety of the story. Like, we would not be able to do anything that we've done without Pepe's assistance. I'm gonna be honest, in a weird way, I still feel like we could have done everything that we've done even without Kadok. Have a pic of Reese the dolphin? Yeah. That's why we're listening to the Jaws theme. What if he's a misguided child? Wodime, by the end, rises a lot in my opinion. However, no. So, like, I think it's still a little bit inconclusive as to, like, what the cryptors were actually trying to do. And were they actually on the side of good? Were they trying to help us? Or were they just self-serving? I think every cryptor would tell you they were self-serving. However, whether or not the cryptors are good or evil, I think is a matter of perspective. It's a, like, this is a very gray type of thing. David and Wodime had agendas. Yeah, like, it does feel like, for better or worse, they were in a roundabout way trying to help humanity. But it feels like because they had a gun to their head, they still had to do things in a certain way. Like, that's how I think about the cryptors. I think about the cryptors as, like, you know that one meme where it's like the astronaut pointing a gun at the other astronaut? That's what it feels like the cryptors are. The cryptors are the first astronaut. The foreign god is the astronaut behind them with the gun. I agree with everyone except Beryl. Yeah. feel like Olga's death was similar to how Olga died in Fuyuki. Towards the end, it almost felt like Rasputin let Olga die without letting her know anything about Chaldeus and the organization, a similar way to how Lev killed Olga. Seems like a pawn in both situations. So let's get into that. Okay, so Olga's death. So right there, Olga's not dead. We literally got told Olga's not dead. Like, she shattered her, like, what was it? Spirit core was the word that they used. But that doesn't mean she's dead. Because if you remember, you get the line of, oh, well, the Count will still use her for his own means. So she's still around. Secondly, was it similar to how Olga died in Fuyuki? No. Because in Fuyuki, she was literally, like, tortured to death. In LB7, she died of her own will. She wanted to do it to help us, right? So I think they're actually polar opposites. That shows, if anything, that Olga had agency in that situation and chose. But that being said, do I think she was kind of a puppet and a pawn? Yes, to a degree. I think Rasputin knew way more than even Olga did, and Rasputin chose to say nothing purely because he knew that he couldn't trust her to an extent. Like, he could trust her motivations, but he could not trust that she wouldn't just, like, turn around and blab everything to us, because he could tell that we have a connection. So he very smartly withheld information from her. And I think that's all there is to it. He just was withholding information. That being said, he knew the choice she would make, and he set her up for that. You could say that's him manipulating her. I'm saying that's, if anything, it's him enabling her, whether or not it served his own agenda. Sorry, chat, we're farming. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, I can see how you would think that, right? Like, I'm not saying, like, oh my God, you're so wrong, you stupid idiot. Like, it's just one of those things where I think if you start to break it down, like, narratively and look at the themes and what they're trying to do, and maybe even the character motivations, that's probably why things played out the way that they did. I don't even know Rasputin's agenda yet, really. Right. If anything, all we know is that he's seemingly got an agenda that is not the same as hers. And to be clear, that has been the case for every single one of the disciples. Every single one of the disciples so far has had their own agenda independent of the foreign god. So this does appear to be the case yet again. Kyrie lying by omission seems about right. Yeah, 100%. That's just Kyrie in a nutshell. I still don't understand Kyrie's motivation. So if we base this off of his original like fate iteration, right? You can look at that and say that probably Kyrie's motivation is simply curiosity and entertainment. He literally just wants to live life to the fullest and have fun in the most sadistic and like twisted way possible. Now, which Lostbelt king do you love or like the most? I feel obligated to say Morgan Le Fay. I feel obligated to say Morgan Le Fay. However, and I'm going to be honest with you guys here, the answer is actually Cuckoo. Because, unfortunately, I have one of my biggest issues with LB6 is how Morgan Le Fay is handled. I do not feel like they actually did her correct. Per like Nasu's own lore from the past. So I know what Nasu was trying to do with her in LB6. I feel like, unfortunately, for better or worse, Morgan Le Fay's story gets caught up in the rewrites that he did for Oberon, and that really hurts her narratively. And so, unfortunately, I feel like it just boils down to he tried to do too many things with her and didn't end up nailing it, really. She feels a lot like she's unfeeling. I mean, to be fair, at least that makes sense given what she went through in the Lostbelt, right? Scotty and Cuckoo are both great. Yeah, Scotty's up there. Scotty is probably the third most for me. As Morgan, she is very flat on top of the points you're mentioning. I have another question. How complicit do you think Romani was with Marisbury's overall plan? Oh boy. I can't answer that question because this gets into who is Romani. And that's definitely a toss-up right now for NA, so I'm not going to go into that. But Cad, the LB7 king is Ort. Yeah. The LB7 king is Cuckoo. I didn't stutter. We don't fight Cuckoo a single time. True. She even points out that she's disappointed in that. I want to summon Tepeo. Yeah, you mean Shiki? At least you didn't say Zeus. He would have failed anyway. For me, it's QSH and Cuckoo. Yeah. Oh no! What is that? What is that? Oh no! I mean, that's actually a really good pull, but oh no! Oh god, we're going to pity, chat. We're going to pity. I'll absolutely take Sanzang. Sanzang's a great pull. If I'm gonna get spooked by anyone, Sanzang is definitely one of the ones that I want to get spooked by. But pity always hurts though. Heck yes, it does. Well, at least if we have to go to pity, we got multiple SSRs. If we had to fight Cuckoo and LB7, how screwed are we? That's a really interesting question because in theory you can black barrel Cuckoo. In theory. But because like Cuckoo is actually the Mala, I'm not sure that works. Like, Cuckoo is more the amalgamation of the Mala. So that gets really hairy. Now watch it be a Valentine's Day Arturia. Oh, man. As much as I would like that, like, give me Arturia Bride. Let's do it. But, yeah, that would bankrupt me. Just bring out the Cocoa Puffs. I'm Cuckoo for Cuckoo's Puffs. I think it would be one of those last so many turns. Yeah, we'd probably have a cut scene afterwards where we convince Cuckoo to stop fighting us. Lartoria Bride, even better. I think it'd be the funniest thing if a saber-faced pretender is Guinevere. I think it'd be the funniest thing if, like, you basically had a saber-faced pretender and she is pretending to be like again, to me, you could have done that with like Ace. You could have said that she was like Morgan Le Fay was pretending to be Artoria or something like that. And so like you could have actually pulled something like that off. Or you could have had like Mordred pretending to be Artoria, or Artoria somehow pretending to be someone else, right? You could have Artoria pretending to be Janu. Like in Fate Zero. Lalter Bride? I mean, I'm down. Give Lalter something. And they gotta give Lalter something at this point. Like I said, I'm pretty sure we're getting Lalter this summer based off of the joke that they pulled there. And jokes are the highest lore, as chat knows. They got Japanese servants with Dobrynia and Locusta. What? What do you mean? Those? Huh? Those two aren't Japanese. The dinos were great, especially Wakchan. So the dinos are simultaneously, out of all the Lostbelts, the worst form of humanity, and also the best. They are quite literally useless, but quite literally amazing. Is Toko a possibility for Valentine's? Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think if we expect that Toko isn't coming into the game, we'd have to be like idiots. Toko will come at some point, but they know that they can milk that, so they're sitting on it. And it's also probably like maybe they want to give her more story beneficial to her. Cad, what's your Avenger saber face pitch? Lalter. Literally Lalter. Bazette was 3 years ago? Yep. Yeah, we could definitely get a Bazette summer. In Locusta are the bonus? Here, how about this, Strom? You get no more Tamamos. You get no more Koyanskayas. But for the next 2 years, every like couple of months, you finally get one of Koyanskaya's costumes. Deal? See, there you go. No deal? Says the saber face up. Yeah, 100%. Keck W no. Okay, so you're turning down the free costumes. Let the record be shown. We need Amaterasu, Cad. I mean, I'd definitely be down for that, but na 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 na. What servants buff do you think we need the most? That is such a difficult question because like there's so many units that need buffs at this point. I don't know. A single target archer, a single target rider, pretty much every AoE lancer not named Erish or Mellison. Oh yeah, Semiramis. Let's just go with Semiramis. She's the easy, low-hanging fruit. Tomacat buffs. Tomacat's actually fine for what she is. She's just not a fluid looper. Of course, Ruler Arteria, of course. Summer Marie is pretty high up there as well. Needs multiple buffs. I think you could probably put Summer Marie in a good spot with just a singular buff, but it depends on what the buff is. Castoria? Oh, you want to buff Castoria? Okay, so chat. Let me think of a good question for LB7. Did you like Tlalic's character arc? And would you change anything if you could? I unironically think they should buff Waver. I don't think that's a crazy take. Kind of mid until the end. Yeah, her story really comes together at the end. I think a lot of people didn't like Tlaloc early because of how she treated Nito. Sorry, chat. I'm prepping the next pack. I go pack to pack because to heck with doing anything more. Still big on Tlaloc overall. She's cool. They buffed Merlin. Listen, part of the reason they buffed Merlin is because the community really pushed for Merlin to get buffed, despite the fact that Merlin didn't need a buff. Like, a lot of that original push came from back before we even had Koyensky and Oberon. And the whole reason most people stopped talking about it is because we got Koyensky and Oberon. Merlin was still really, really solid. I think the only reason that a buff for Merlin isn't just the most broken thing in the world is because a more broken version of Merlin came out, which was Proto Merlin. So it's like, did he need a buff? No. But does that buff help even him out a little bit with Proto Merlin? Yeah, sure. She straight up asks you for sex? What? Yeah, these are some weird rolls right now in JP. Oh my god, dude. Why do you need a verification code again? This is just getting annoying now. Okay, there we go. Should be ready. Didn't all three blame themselves for everything going tits up? They did hide. However, Lancelot himself wanted to be punished and got driven mad by the fact that Arturia wouldn't punish him. That's how you have Lancelot Berserker. Wasn't that his punishment? No. Like, I mean, like, I guess in a roundabout way, you could say that, like, yes, his punishment was not being punished. That was more a thing for him, but, you know. You didn't like Vakoob? Vakoob is a character you're supposed to not like. Like, he redeems himself kind of in the end, but remember, the entire reason that Vakoob has to flap all the way back to Chicken Pizza is because Vakoob already stole the sun in the first place. If he hadn't done that, you would have been perfectly fine. I think it's a waste we got to see Black Tez and kind of the White Tez, but didn't explore the Blue Tez. And Zype Totek? Well, no, didn't we explore Blue Tez? Blue Tez was Tlaloc. And Red Tez was Cats, wasn't it? Blue Tez was Dino King? Okay, sorry. Vakoob is the closest to proper human humanity in the Lostbelt. Vakoob was the only dinosaur that seemingly did think like a human. Right? Like they were somebody that had aspirations and goals and also like fears and worries. None of the other dinosaurs did. And it's hinted at the whole reason why is because he's a pterodactyl, a pterosaur. And like the pterosaurs just didn't have, I guess, like the same like evolutionary capability as some of the other normal dinosaurs did. So like they were a lot weaker and a lot more fragile and able to be like killed easily. We don't actually know a whole lot about Guinevere in like the Nasuverse. There's not a lot that's said. You got to go out riding a laser shooting pterodactyl? Yes. Chat, is this dolphin sounds? No, it's a whale song. I mean, I guess I am a whale. Okay, skip this song was redeemed. Get that shit out of here. I guess there's your catalyst. Sounds constipated. I mean, it probably is. You would be constipated too if you could never drink. Sorry, if you could never breathe because you were constantly underwater. Whales do breathe, Cad. They're mammals. That's literally not what I said. I said if you couldn't breathe constantly because you're underwater, not you can't breathe. I mean, blowholes. Chat. I swear to God. Listen to what I'm saying. Are you playing whale noises when Jarcher has a shark? Jarcher has a whale in her NP, so it's not entirely like out there. I refuse. I know. You and every other Marvel Rivals play. They do not breathe while underwater, you papagas. See, Creamy understands. We needed a French whale, though. Yes, that's right. You needed a whale with a beret and a pencil thin mustache and a baguette as they flipped out of the water. Do we know when JP is getting V-Day? No, I mean we can guess. Like the live stream is Saturday morning, so it could be any day after that, or it could be actually on Valentine's Day. So, Cad, which Jarcher Ascension is your favorite? 2. 2 is best. Although I do like the first Ascension, and honestly, the third has grown on me over the years, but the second's still the best. Cad, what's your opinion on LB7 Arcuid? It's really funny because they rug pulled you with that. And you realize that Tepeo is Shiki and X-Quick is Arcuid. That's who they are. It's their dinosaur versions. So they led you to believe that was 100% gonna be Arcuid, and it wasn't. But it was. But it wasn't. You gotta call out to Reese so John comes? No, I mean, I feel so lonely without my big sister. Haven't seen the dino do the jump in front of the moon? Listen, that's because that dinosaur was caged. But can you imagine if we got rid of the cage? Schrodinger's Arcuid? Yeah. I got spoiled on that pretty early. Oof. Seeing this gives me fond memories of rolling for. You know, I had fond memories of rolling for Jarcher on an A. JP, it's not so fond right now. JP, it's getting a little bit worse every second. We get Jarcher from the Part 2 GSSR. Nice. Have a dolphin, a shark at the beach? What do you mean? Cad, who is your first NP5 SSR? Guess. Arturia? No. John? No. Mordred? No. I think it was Jack? Absolutely not. Lartoria, thank you. How did it take chat that many guesses to get to Lartoria? What is wrong with you people? Good God. Yeah, like Artoria. So the whole reason Artoria wasn't my first because Artoria was permanent and I knew she would spook me. And holy crap, did she? Like Artoria was like shortly after Lartoria, one of my first NP5s. So chat has to learn indeed. All right, we're coming up on it. I think it's the next roll is pity, chat. And we're going via release order. Still. Cad's luck is so bad. This year's not been too kind to me. Did CAD roll for Bichon? No. Waver was your first real NP5 CAD, don't lie. No, I had Lartory NP5 for Waver. But Waver was one of the like early ones. Because Waver got there from GSSRs. Don't worry, CAD, it just gets worse. What? Why would you speak to me of the old magics? I was there when they were written. Like, Chad, I've been down this road before. It's not my first rodeo. I tried to skip Waver. He freaking spooked me. Yep, that's how it goes. The early GSSRs were good for those permanent and story locked units. Yeah, we used to have permanent units. That's looking back on that's kind of wild, but they removed pity just for you, CAD, so you can feel like old times. Is it not nice? No, I'm definitely happy with pity. Without pity, this just gets worse. For Lolly Padoru. Nani the fuck? Cat, did you read the JP event? No, I never read JP. I can't read moon runes. Cat, are you the Lion Aslan? Yes. I feel everyone has that one unit they want to NP. Oh, pretty much. Like, and it, to be fair, like it makes sense. Most people probably. So literally, I need to purchase a pack to hit pity. What the fuck? That's just bad luck. Actually, hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I'm smarter than this. I'm smarter than this. Grab you. Let's grab you. Grab you. Oh my god, how many of these are there? I'm smarter than this. I'm... So, this is especially funny because the pity won't be the 10th roll, or the 11th roll for that matter. Actually, no, it'll be the 10th roll, it won't be the 11th. Where they're now selling teapots in the Mana Prism shop? Yep. There's a reason I keep telling you guys, Mana Prisms are kind of ass right now on JP. 10th and 11th will be John. Yeah, so like I'll have to do the final multi-spin, but the first spin of the multi-spin should be the SSR. 10 rolled because of daily disappointment. Yeah. Yeah, the paid La Single. It is the way. Can't wait for her to show up on the 9th. If she shows up on the 9th, that's just wild, which I think this is the 9th right here. Baka? Oh, this must be the start of Bakamitai. Nope. Okay, that was the 8th. On my alt account, took about 6 to 8 months. I didn't do dailies, didn't do events. Well, yeah, that'll definitely take you longer then. Okay, wait. Maybe this is the 9th one then? God, I'm just way off with my count here. CAD can't count? I can't. Because I'm not, to be fair, I'm not counting. I'm just going by feel. All right, chat. Here we go. What an appropriate song. There it is. Oh my god, who could it be? JP stands for Jarcher Pity, yeah. Like it's just fucking funny when that happens. It's like predicted. What if it was Arjuna? It couldn't be. It literally has to be Jarcher. Like you cannot get a spook on the pity. Thank God. This isn't Genshin. This isn't Wuwa. You cannot get spooked. Okay. I'm not sure, but I think this girl thinks that we're a baka. All right. Deeper. How would you feel if FGO at 300 and 600 gave you a 50-50 for the 5-star? You want my honest opinion? I think it would make people angrier. I actually think it would make people angrier at the game. Because I think people would lose that 50-50 and they would be like, this is shit. Hi, Carmilla. People would be retarded. I mean, people are. Cat whale, so I don't have to. Listen, you're here to enjoy my suffering. You get to live vicariously through me. A Black Grail is coming for real this time? No, dude, Black Grail doesn't exist on JP. It's not a thing. You can't prove me wrong. FGO fans aren't that dumb? Okay, counterpoint. FGO fans still think you can't naturally hit pity. It is what it is. Any GSSR luck? 2 dupes here, but fine with it. Good for coins. Oh, my GSSRs this year were actually pretty nice. Like I wasn't disappointed in any of them. In fact, in one of the cases, like I literally managed to perfectly roll MHX on the GSSR, so that just absolutely bailed me out. Ryo Gadaku takes glee as she watches you suffer. I mean, at this point, it just should have known. I held my breath thinking it's like, oh my god, is that another Jarcher already? And like, what was I thinking? I got my hopes up for nothing. Still haven't run into pity so far? Oh, you lucky. You shouldn't have said that out loud, Peanut. Remember Angry Guy's still there, yeah. He's me, the angry guy. Didn't you get two SSRs on my GSSR though? Yeah, who was the second one that I got? Because it was MHX and someone else. I don't remember who it was. It was the first time I've gotten a double on a GSSR in years. What's a USO? Well, I got 10 of them. Would you like me to show you? They're just sitting there on my NA account. They're waiting for the proper time. The exact moment. What did you do to get Ashvataman to curse you? Probably killed him Saberface only on NA. Like, in fact, I'm pretty sure I Lartoria'd him into oblivion. Three lucked, permanent 4-star. And rate up 4-star? Wait for what? Last 3 GSSRs have been doubles? Oh, wow. Yeah, I wouldn't expect it again. That's really good streak. Ellie, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Can you turn USOs into Artoria in P6 so you can get a single USO? No, you can't use it to get a refund. And besides, I already have in P6. Well, that's not true. I have way more than 6. Chat, Mr. Streamer flexing feels bad, man. I mean, am I actually flexing, or am I just sitting here answering chat's questions? Chat's just the one that's asking the questions that are allowing me to flex. For instance, chat can bring up any numerous amount of times that I have done something stupid on this stream. Five-star besides Coin came to me with multis or less. Yeah. Cuckoo and 4 multis. Nice. That's not bad. And that's why, like, so sitting there saying like 50-50 at like 300 and 600 courts, would that be good? Yeah, it would. There's just no way they implement that without changing the gacha rates. So goodbye. No more like YOLO pulling someone with a ticket. That's going to be the downside if they ever do anything like that. 100 FP summons can't come soon enough. Dude, I want that right now on an A. I want it yesterday. Can't complain about not saving courts when you don't play. And that's like actually the truth of why most people can't save to pity. It's either because they have poor impulse control and they can't save, or because they literally just don't play the game. The most sane courts I had is when I was free to play. I had 1,500 because I spent none till LB5 and broke when Arjuna Altar came around. Have patience? I mean, I could have patience, but I don't think the faux hat's working, chat. 11 pull tickets win, Lasagna. I would love for tickets to be 11 pull. Why don't we have a Benny Enma altar? Well, why don't you have an Ereshkigal altar? See, you asked a interesting and good question. I asked a baity and divisive question. But yeah, it's to me, I think that is one of the ways that they screwed up, because again, they had no part 1 banners. They should have done, like, for part 1, like Erish Alter and Benny Alter and that sort of stuff. Like, I feel like people would have way more hyped LB7 if that had been a thing. They missed out on so much money. They really did. And that's why, like, at the end of the day, you can look at something like that and say, man, they could have absolutely, like, just milked us, but they didn't. So as money hungry as this game can be at times, not every decision the devs make in this game is purely motivated by money. I can't say that about a lot of other gacha games. Like, there are a lot of decisions that they make in this game purely for, like, narrative and story reasons that will earn them less money. I'll give you guys another example of this. So, hear me out. What if Summer BB Okay, there it is. There's a P2. What the fuck, dude? Congrats. Yes. All right, back in. So, what if Summer BB was a welfare in Summer 3? Have you ever thought about that, chat? But we got Jalter. Yeah. So what if Summer Jalter was a 5-star? Do you know how much money they would have made? And, like, BB didn't sell poorly, but holy shit, they would have been printing money. Absolutely printing it. Because I can't tell you how many people I saw that were like, oh, thank God they made her the welfare, because I would have NP5'd her. So you can go all the way back and be like, yeah, they've been doing this for years. It's sometimes they don't make a decision that makes them the most money because they make the decision that makes sense for their, like, narrative purposes. They actually put the narrative and the characters first. That was peak Jalter popularity, probably. It really was. Like, that might, if Jalter had been a 5-star and been the second banner, that might have been the singular most money that FGO had ever made. Ever. And I'm dead serious. Like, yeah, there's a lot of other points that would be like, hey, well, what about this example? Yeah, like, it's not a clear cut, but oh man, that was really, like, they could have absolutely just milked that. Hello, Ash Vitamin. Time to move to Miami? No thanks, I'd like to live. They did Ishtar the year before too. Yep. Yeah, they could have absolutely just milked us, and they didn't do it. And they have a track record of doing stuff like that. So, the end of the day, I think it's fine. Did you see the latest episode of ReZero? No, I got told it was out, though. So wait, like, chat, have they restarted the season now? Is what's going on? Because, like, it went on hiatus, I know. Today, yes. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll definitely. I haven't watched it, but I'll definitely pick it back up. This is the Leviathan theme. Do we have the Bahamut theme? How much FGO made for January is out? Did you see it? No, I didn't. If you got a link, just like DM it to me or something. Gonna do it to me again, and I know it. SMH. What came out today? ReZero. It's a good episode. It almost has to be because, all right, I have to say something that's controversial. The end of the first part of the season was just dog water. It was like 3 episodes of just stalling and building and like setting up the second half. And it's like, that's fine, I get it, but holy crap, in the end, I was actually kind of bored by it. So I'm glad that they seemingly are cashing in on that, because they, like I said, they almost had to. However, where I'm going to give them the utmost crap is not that they did stalling and rising action. It's that they took a mid-season break right before the payoff should have happened. Like, fuck them for that. There's no reason to schedule that. Like, if you need more time, take more time. Don't freaking like divide up your anime season halvesies like that. I hate that crap. That's the stuff that the Western media is doing, and it is so freaking annoying every time it happens. Just don't cliffhang us. Like, I love Squid Game Season 2, but Squid Game Season 2 also did the same thing. And it's like, stop. Like, it's really good, but you're ruining it. This multi, bros? Yeah, surely this multi. Yeah, what the fuck? Surely Catalyst work, right? I mean, it's getting skipped. All right, chat. We've loaded up with more funds because Cad got tired of constantly having to do confirmation emails, basically. Cad just farmed half cost AP free quest. That's right. That's fine. I'll take a look at it because I'm gonna have to like break it down basically and like try to make a little bit more sense of it. Song reminding me not to go in the ocean. So I saw somebody say like they used the Squid Game season 2 meme of like the before and after picture of the main character where he's like happy and then he's like pissed in the second picture. And like they basically use that and they're like how dolphins how the media portrays dolphins and how people think that they are, and it's like the really happy thing, and it's like how the media portrays sharks and how they think they are, and it's like literally just like the angry face. And then it's like, oh, how how dolphins actually are, and it's like the angry face. It's like how sharks actually are, and it's like the happy face instead. So it's like, yeah, dolphins are kind of just angry all the time, it feels like. He's near a bride for like 2 years, so I went to Musashi now. That's all good. Do you think FGO has good progression? I've thought long and hard, and I like the aspect of collecting dupes by GSSR and not rolling like hell. I also find myself playing the game a lot and changing the waifus I main. I don't really change waifus. That one to me is like the weirdest part of what you said. But like using different units, sure. That makes like perfect sense. For like account progression, I think FGO has always had very simple end game and very simple account progression, and it's not mired in a bunch of extra like tasks and like goals that you need to complete. We do have other systems in the game, but all the systems that are added are basically just more ways to enhance your unit. So I don't think it's like that crazy in that regard. I think FGO is a very straightforward game compared to some of the other gacha games, especially nowadays. And I think that's actually to its benefit. I think part of the problem with some of the other gacha games is they are just too demanding and too wasteful of your time. I love fitting 3 stars into event farming, right? Wait a minute. Oh, hi, Tlaloc. Not letting things go, I see. This is on JP though, at least, so. In P19? No, different server. She heard you finished LB7. She just wanted to stalk me over here as well. Have you ever played Heaven Burns Red? No. You thought you were done with Tlaloc, but there she is. Kono Dioda. Tlaloc is mad you chose Florida over her. I think it's more like Tlaloc is the rain goddess, and therefore I live in Florida. I have the ultimate catalyst. Short of living in Mexico City. Which is better, Curse of Ashvataman or Curse of Tlaloc? I guess technically Ashvataman because of his rareness. Where's Faker, by the way, right? I would have definitely honestly, I like Tlaloc as a character. I do like her story arc. I do like her designs. But God, that character needs some better design, like gameplay wise. She really needs a buff. Let's choose not to use Melison, Morgan, Summer, Kiara for farming. I think it's fine. I pretty much do the same thing, where it's like, unless it's like a 90++ node and I'm forced to use somebody strong, I try to get away with whatever I can get away with, including like 3 stars and 4 stars. I thought Summer Tlaloc was the bad one. To be fair, neither one is incredibly strong. Like, I think both of them have issues in their kits. And predominantly, my biggest problem with both versions of Tlaloc, their refund numbers are not good. I just use who I want to use. Yep, pretty much the same thing for me. Cad, do you think FGO has become more or less lewd? I think it's become less lewd. I do think, like, we still have lewd stuff in the game, but It's a difficult thing to talk about because people can always throw out examples of like, oh, well, that's not the case. Gold Spark Archer. Of course. It couldn't go all the way up to SSR. That would be asking too much. Summer has the big issue and 20% battery doesn't help her. See, you say fine. I'm not going to say you can't 3-turn with OG Tlaloc. You can. I just don't feel like it's that good still. I used Avenger Gozen way too much lately. She smashed through everything and has good credibility. Yeah, that's another unit that I think really got like downplayed by people, but I don't think she's bad. I think that's a classic example of like anti-quick bias in the community where people just look at it and go like, oh, it's a quick unit. I don't care. And it's like, she's not a bad unit, but I think that's just one of those problems of the general consensus within the community is that quick needs upgrades. Your one servants literally comment about you touching them when you tap interact in my room. Yeah, I think there's a lot of examples you could throw out about how early on FGO definitely was all in on the sex appeal, and they were trying to really sell the game on that. And I think once the game became super popular, they unfortunately, for better or worse, tried to way more focus on story. Now, what do I mean? Because like now I say that and people are going to immediately bristle and be like, well, but Cat, of course, is going to focus on story. This is Fate. You're right. However, I mean this in the sense of like the characters. They've tried to go way more like authentic with the character designs and less, hey, this is my interpretation of an anime version of what I think this person would be like. And now it's more like, okay, we're trying to actually get their outfits like as close to 1-to-1. We're trying to make them appear almost as they did actually in history. And it feels less fantastical and more like, again, historical in that sense. I love history as well, but I think that's what we're kind of seeing. And because we don't have some more of the like out there fantasy designs, sometimes we don't get that fan service as a result of it. Sometimes we still do, though. So it's like, I'm not going to say like the game has no fan servicey or loot aspects. I think it does, but I do think they have downplayed it some over the years. Boudica example A, yeah. Wouldn't complain if they gave us a rainbow version of the sparking upgrade to give us big hype. I've said this before, and this is always met with like some mixed opinions, but I would really love to see them have way more like proc based things in the gacha that can happen, including even some like trolley stuff. It would absolutely mauled people at times, but it would be amazing for like roller coaster emotion rides and like actual like content creation. So I would love it. I would love a gacha where it's like, oh, it can do rainbow orbs and then like the orbs just fade out and it like turns into just a normal like 4-star or something. Or like, oh, it sparked up and then like flipped around and it was like a different class or something like that. Like people don't want that, but I think it would be freaking hilarious at times. But either way, yeah, in general, I just want more summon animations. So they don't have to do trolley stuff. If you show me rainbow orbs and fade, I will shoot someone. Do you want people to hate FGO more? Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, it absolutely would be a thing that it would cause animosity, but at least for like content creation and like the entertainment value of roles, it would be peak. It would be so freaking peak. I've accepted FGO is not a game I have to play often or even read the story. I mean, you don't have to. It's just generally in your best interest to do so. Like, you get the most out of playing the game on a daily basis. But I think this is the other thing, is a lot of people get caught up in this like idea that they need to like min-max everything. I try my damnedest, but there are certain points where it's like, yeah, you don't actually get a lot of value out of min-maxing certain things. So to me, that's where you look at it and you go like, okay, this isn't necessarily worth it. Like, an example of this, and this came up recently, right? So like I've talked about how I sometimes leave my like strengthenings and interludes until we get a half cost campaign. And that, because JP hasn't been running them, has caused them to pile up on my JP account. Historically, it was fine doing that, and I could very easily let them rot until a half cost campaign, and I'd probably only have like 8 to 10 of them to do. But now I have like 30 of them to do because JP hasn't run it in so long. So yeah, we have a interesting scenario of like, that's me trying to min max, but I'm just not gaining a whole lot of value out of it. So there may be a point where I do fold and I end up doing a bunch of the strengthenings and interludes. A similar thing could be like we talked about earlier, where somebody tries to like load up 6 bond CEs and refuses to like take Cs that would actually help them in like some other way, like completing the node faster, completing the event more efficiently. It's like they're absolutely min-maxing bond, but at the expense of everything else, and they're making their experience in the game worse. That's usually a sign. If you're making your experience in the game worse, the min-maxing's probably not worth it. What gotchas have sparked down? I have no idea. I don't know of any, but I'm not going to say I'm somebody that's like played every gotcha game by any stretch of the imagination. That being said, I got accused by somebody the other day of being like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You've clearly never played any other gotcha game. And I'm like, huh? It's like, I feel like I've played too many, as somebody that literally self-describes as, I don't like playing other gotcha games. So it's like, the fact that I still have managed to try out most of the major gotcha games that have come out, yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. Hello, thank you for the 51. Hot damn. How you doing today, bud? Did you punch him? No, it was just, I think it was a comment on one of the YouTube videos, but I was just like, it is what it is. Like, some people, if they disagree with your opinion on something, they immediately like take it personally, and they just like start mudslinging. And like I said, I don't like tolerate people like that. I'm perfectly fine disagreeing with people, and I think it's like actually healthy to have like debates and arguments, so long as you can debate the topic at hand. But if you can't debate the topic at hand and you start turning personal, there's just no point in even talking with the person, because at that point, like, it's almost their way of saying that they've lost the argument because they can't debate you on the point, and instead they just resort to mud flinging. I gotta go AFK? How dare you? People think I'm crazy for not leaving FGO to keep playing other gotcha games. Listen, I think this is just gotcha community overall. I've talked about it before, but there's this idea in gotcha of like peer pressure and trying to get like people to play all the new games and stuff. Because it's like people, I think it's a defense mechanism. Like they want the game to succeed. They want it to do well. They don't want it to close down. So you're going to try to get other people to play. But it's also a like camaraderie thing of like, you want your friends to play the same games as you, and that makes perfect sense. So I completely get it, but I don't really ascribe to that. Like, to me, and like, you can ask anybody in like VIP. Usually if I'm playing a game, I might make a pitch, be like, hey, you guys should play a game with me, like you should come play this game, it's really good. But after that, I normally just like leave people alone, and I don't like keep sitting there badgering them and constantly being like, you should play, you should play, you should play, you should play, you should play. just don't really care to, because I understand how that feels on the flip side. I have people all the time that try to get me to play games with them, which is, it's good, right? Like, I'm not like complaining that they want me to play with them so much as there is a point where after you've asked like 3 or 4 times, the answer is obviously no. And I don't know why you keep asking. Like, it starts to get annoying at a point. And so I don't really like because I don't like doing that, I don't do that to other people. Sorry, because I don't like having that done to me, I don't like doing that to other people. It's golden rule type stuff. Cad play Puzzle and Dragons with me. They have a Fate collab. You could get Saber. It's really funny too, because that's actually been a line that people have tried to use on me several times over the years. Cad, play this gacha game. Kawasumi voices a character in it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I love Kawasumi, but no. Other gacha games don't have 2D animation. I mean, it's really funny because a lot of people would say 2D animation is like a downside. I don't mind it. I think it's perfectly fine as somebody that grew up with a lot of 2D stuff. It's so I've started to see a really interesting meme, and chat, you can tell me how you feel about this, but it's the what gaming was like for 10 years for millennials and what gaming was like for 10 years for Zoomers. And I've started to see that meme pop up in a couple places, and inevitably it's like the gaming for millennials was like several different like awesome games, and then the gaming for like Zoomers was like Fortnite. All like 3 years that they listed, it was always Fortnite. Yeah, I saw one for Grand Theft Auto where it's like, oh, Grand Theft Auto for millennials, Grand Theft Auto 1, Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto like Vice City, and then they're like, oh, for millennials, or sorry, for Zoomers, it's like Grand Theft Auto 5, all 10 years. It's like, fuck, they ain't wrong. So in a weird way, like, yeah, we were kind of spoiled. We had so many different things to play, and we weren't in this like this live service mentality of like the game must continue forever. You must always play this specific game. So we got to play a whole bunch of different shit growing up. But yeah, in that regard, I feel bad for some of the Zoomers, because like I feel like gaming should be better than it is. We should go back towards not trying to like milk everything as a live service, not trying to microtransaction things to all hell and back. Like, just making games again. You ready for jacked up price GTA 6 while they make billions on shark cards, chat? Dude, it's really funny because I saw again, and people have brought this up in chat, like this idea of, oh well, like what if, hey, there we go. All right, NP3 chat. Triple the big sisters. So like it's really interesting because people brought up the fact of like, oh well, they want like industry veterans want GTA 6 to be priced at $100 so that they can also up the price of their games to $100. And oh boy, is that the most naive head in the sand take that I have ever seen. Because you can extremely debate whether or not GTA 6 will be worth $100. But even if you assume that it is, because they've said they want to do a really, really big game for GTA 6, what makes these other developers think that their game is worth $100? Like, for instance, oh boy, GTA 6 for $100. Sure hope that new Assassin's Creed goes for $100 now too. I'm not buying Assassin's Creed for $100. A game isn't worth full price no matter what it is, because most of the Assassin's Creeds are like single playthrough games. So to me, there's not a lot of replayability, and it's like it ends up being something on the order of like a 30 to 40 hour game. Other than like maybe with all the side shit that they added, but that's just fluff. You don't have to do that stuff. Too many companies are run by businessmen and not gamers. Yeah, they think that they can like permanently like game the system, and that like gamers are really stupid and that they'll just buy it. I do think there are some gamers with disposable income where if you set GTA 6 at $100, they'll just up and buy it. And that's like, I'm not going to say that's wrong, but I am going to say I think if you set a price tag that high, you do two things. One, you do price people out. Several people will just go, nope, I'm going to wait for a sale. Like, I'm not paying that much. No game is worth that much. I'll just wait. The other thing is, and we saw this when they started expanding games from $60 to $70. Look at the reaction towards $70 games now, chat. If a $70 game is not a perfect game, it immediately gets shit on by the community. Immediately. And like, man, people do not hold their punches. They go after those games. Why? Because it's more expensive. If you're going to put that $70 price tag on the game, it had better be worth it. And not, oh, I'm Mr. Developer, I think it's worth it. No, there has to be actual value there for the consumer, for you to be charging more than what used to be the standard. So it is what it is. I played Balatro and I only paid $14 for it. Yeah. And it's really funny. I think a lot of people are realizing what makes a game good is not graphics. What makes a game good is not DLC. What makes a game good is not microtransactions. What makes a game good is gameplay. Always. Always has been, always will be. And if your gameplay loop is not inherently fun, I have a bold statement to make, chat. If your gameplay loop is not inherently fun, you should not make the game. Or a really good story? No, if your gameplay loop is not fun, you should not make the game. But what if the story is really good, but the gameplay isn't fun? Then don't make a game, make a visual novel. Make a movie. Do something else. And I think that really, we can always go back to that. It's the gameplay that matters. If a game's not fun, why play? Right. And I think fun is different things to different people. So for instance, like you could look at like the Dark Souls series and so many people would be like, that game is not fun. That game is torture. Some people though like the challenge. So to them, that is fun. It may not be fun for everybody, but it will be fun. So it's perfectly fine to have a game that is not for everyone. However, this is a problem with like AAA games. They need to make games for quote unquote everyone because one, the price tag of creating the game was so damn high because they were wasteful and bloating with how they did it. But two, their corporate overlords are like, yo, we absolutely need to make the most money we possibly can off of this. And so they try to hit as many audiences and like groups as they can. It's just, yeah, I don't think it's good, right? They definitely need to examine that sort of thing. If it doesn't have that, people will not buy. Yeah. So I think if you look at that, do I think it's likely that like Grand Theft Auto 6 is worth $100 and actually is a good and big enough game? Yeah, it's possible. I just, again, from what they've already said, from like how big they want to make the world for 6 and how much they want to do with it and how much they're going to bring it to life. Sure, maybe they can justify that $100 price tag. But damn, 99% of games made can't. So if they think that's going to become the new industry standard, oh boy, I'll see them in bankruptcy court. Like, they're just kidding themselves. They think they're gonna get away with that. Because like I can't tell you how many games have come out in recent years here. Even like, yeah, you could consider the $70 increase, but even if you go like before the $70 increase, people were still like not liking certain games. Like, oh, this doesn't deliver. This isn't enough, right? Like for the price tag. A lot of, if you go on Steam reviews, a lot of Steam reviews will sit there and say like, hey, this is a good game, but not at this price point. Wait for a sale. Wait till it hits probably this amount of money. There's so many Steam reviews that say that sort of thing. And they're right. They're absolutely right. Because literally the publishers will set the price at that, hoping to get as much money as they can. But the reality is a game might have sold better and had a better reputation if they had reduced that price. And like there's numerous examples of this over the years where like you had a much cheaper game sell like hotcakes because it was priced correctly and people really liked it. Gabe looks over at the sale button with malicious intent, apparently. $100 should be able to feel the bullets and smell the gun smoke. I mean, you did see, I think it's is it Microsoft? It's either Xbox or Sony. One of the two of them is working on like, yeah, it's like it's some way that you're going to be able to smell things from the game. And I'm like, bro, you can't, there's no smell-o-vision. So the only way that you can smell stuff from the game is if they have like some sort of like smoke puffer in your room and it literally releases a like chemical concoction that smells like the thing that they want you to smell. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't want that. Because sure, it's like, oh, you're in a bakery and it's like home baked goods and it smells nice. That's fine. What about those like cutscenes like in Cyberpunk where you're left for dead in the like garbage heap? It's like, no, dude, I don't want to smell that. That's going to smell ass. That's going to smell awful. I don't need that in my room. I'll never get that smell out. It'll burn into my freaking nostrils. Like, there's a point where it's just like, yeah, no, we don't need this technology. That's too real. Too realistic. Smell Wario's farts? Yeah, like, dude, we don't need that. The rat game is all I say with the siblings that you played. Dude, yeah. DOA Extreme Beach Volleyball with smell-o-vision. All you would smell is the suntan lotion, though. And the sunscreen. And the sweat. Usually the patents for tech like smell things are usually just tech patents that won't ever be used unless some revolution happens. Yeah, it's the same thing as like you guys remember like all the 3D stuff, how a couple of years back there was this real big push for like 3D televisions and everything. And they're like, well, you're going to have to wear glasses. And it's like, no, I'm not. Like there's a reason that it was hyped, it was pushed, but it never really caught on. Ashvataman again. Where you have to smell your way to victory? Wait, what? There's no way to simulate all the smells on demand without a consumable fuel. Yeah, that's the other reason that they want it. They want it so that like they can sell it to you and then you have to buy the refills of the various like smells. And it's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need that. I don't need yet another like. So at the end of the day, there is a point of, hey, you're playing a video game, but we're trying to immerse you in the realism so much that you may as well just go out and like experience real life instead. Like, for instance, do you need like your time spent in a sports game to be as authentic as possible and as realistic and immersive as possible? Or should you just go out and play the sport? Like, I get like not everybody can. I get that like people get older and stuff and they're not as capable, but like there is a point where it's like, yeah, again, the gameplay just needs to be fun. You don't need to go to like that length. Go touch grass. I can't. I'm 4 times weak to grass. Every nerd ever. Was Earthbound for SNES? Yeah. Coming soon. Authentic vegetation epidermal stimulation. And it's just like rubbing like a little brush against you. So Geo, dude. All gamers are ground types? Could be. We are glued to our chairs after all. They had a whole scratch and sniff card for while you played Earthbound. I mean, like, as a funny gimmick, I think that's perfectly fine. But, like, yeah, it's a thing. Gastrodon? Wouldn't that make us steel type? Dude, there's no way we're made out of steel. Come on. Come on, Digi. There's no way. I'm not steel. I'm rock hard. Listen, Bob, you think you're rock hard. Okay. You think you're rock hard, Bob. But here's the thing. That's such an overdone thing at this point. Accurate, yes. My new main when he drops, I can't wait to see him. I hope, like, I'm more excited for him than I am for Johnny. I'm terrified of Johnny because Johnny's gonna be another flyer and he's gonna probably make Storm even stronger. I still cannot believe Cad ignored the Durga banner. What do you mean? I'm rolling for Jarcher. Of course I'm ignoring the Durga banner. Fire tornadoes. Yep. But it be what it be. Oh god, dude. I haven't heard Flipper in forever. You're welcome. Yeah. It's been a hot minute. He's not a Sakura simp. Makes sense, right? Wild take, I know. Durga has 30% NP damage on skill 3. That's cool. Strongest AoE I've seen. That's fine. Arts, of course. Yeah, that's cool. I don't care. I'm not a Sakura face fan. I'm a Saber face fan. Didn't we listen to this like 2 months ago? It can't be that old. Flipper? I don't think I've heard Flipper. Not a long time. John has a shark. Yeah, no, I think the comparison of the two units, yeah, like Jarcher definitely needs like an NP upgrade at this point, but yeah, it has nothing to do with like why I'm rolling. Like, I do want a better archer for my account, but Jarcher can serve that purpose. Is Johnny going to be worse than if they added Captain Marvel or Nova? I don't know. Captain Marvel's another one of those ones that like people really want to see in the game, and I'm like equal parts like terrified and excited for what that could be like, because I didn't particularly care for her rendition in the MCU, but I really want to see them like bring back her old outfits. Bob knows exactly what I'm talking about. And I think like something like Rivals can easily pull that off. Did you know Cat has Ishtar has a 50% battery? That's true. That's 10% more than Jarcher. Black leotard with the lightning bolt. Yep. So you want a new main. I don't really care. At the end of the day, I'm just excited to see like some of these new characters added in. Like, in a weird way, I agree with people that are saying that like Rivals is what like Marvel always should have been. It's like every fan's wet dream of like it's the nerd argument of like, what if Thor had to go up against the Hulk? And it's like, well, yeah, you have like those moments in the movie and stuff like that, but that's a very specific scene. So what if? And that's exactly what this can do. It allows you to have all the nerd arguments you want. It's oh man, what if Iron Man had to go up against Storm? What if Hawkeye had to go up against Black Widow? Like, you get all of that. And to be fair, we got to see that one in the movies too. But like, it doesn't really matter. It's just it's a cool thing, and I really like it. In a weird way, Rivals has made me care so much more about Marvel than the MCU ever did. If that makes any sense. You know, they should introduce Bob, Agent of Hydra. I agree. And then I can canonically force Bob to play that character. So it's 5K to merit. No, you're talking about Musashi? What if Thor had the power cosmic and then fought the Punisher? Yeah, like, and the other cool part is they have like team ups where you could actually have like characters getting enhanced by each other. So like Rocket Raccoon buffs the Punisher and Bucky the Winter Soldier, because they're both like ammunition based characters, and Rocket essentially just gives them like infinite ammunition. So like there's some really cool team ups in that game. And I think that's like, with them having the ability to like switch those team ups around from season to season, with them having a whole plethora of characters to choose from and outfits to go with that, like, God, that it really is. It's weird that Overwatch and like Team Fortress are what popularized hero shooters, when like it absolutely should have been Marvel. Marvel should have been the one that made a quote unquote hero shooter first, because it's perfectly designed for them. They need to Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom will probably come in at some point. He's prominently featured in the story, though, of the game. Great Lake Avengers? I'm not even sure who that is. But yeah, like, I'm not a Marvel expert or anything like that. In fact, I haven't watched literally like last month I finally sat down and watched Infinity War and Endgame for the first time. I had not watched it. Because I think I think when Ant-Man came out, I watched Ant-Man and I was done with the MCU at that point because I was already like tired of it, and Ant-Man was like the final straw. Squirrel Girls Team CAD, that's Great Lake Avengers. Oh, okay, I had no idea. Still haven't watched those, and I'm way out of it to just jump in. No, like, I'm dead serious. You could just jump in. You don't really need to know anything that happens prior to Infinity War and Endgame. Like, if you watch just those two, you'd be fine. Yeah, there are some stuff that, like, ties in, but it's, like, flashback and told to you. I actually kind of found that funny. There's a story. There is a story for Rivals, yeah. In fact, they're actually making comics for the game now too. So that's interesting. Ooh, Prisma Cosmos. Hell yeah. Definitely down to get more of that. Prisma and Black Grail are like my two highest desired CEs at this point on JP. Cad, you got MLB Black Grail? Not on JP, I don't. Whoa, Marvel makes comics? Yeah. Shocking, I know. What do you think the odds are they give Thor a skin of when he was a frog? I saw someone post that today, and I was like, dude, that's amazing. I didn't realize that was a thing. They should absolutely do it. Like, I'm 100% down for like all the memey, like crazy skins that they could. Good night, Bob. It wasn't when Thor was a frog. It was when a frog obtained the powers of Thor. Right, but they should totally just give Thor a frog outfit. Well, like 100%. Just because. The fun way to do multiverse stuff, yeah. I think that's part of the issue with the MCU and them trying to do multiverse is like they really just are taking it like way too seriously, and it's caused problems for them. I think they just need to go way more like Rivals and just be like, well, shit happened, shit's all fucked, and like now everything's possible. And just have fun with it. Straight up. His name is Throg? God damn it. Wait, I missed the stream. How much longer will you be streaming for? Probably till 11, like normal. Beta Ray Bill greater than Frog Thor. Isn't Beta Ray Bill like some like grotesque alien thing? I saw people talking about him, and then I saw like, oh, hey, here's what he actually looks like. And I was like, what the shit is that? I thought the Strange movie was going to go full goofy. Hold on, chat. I'm loading up another pack. Alien horse? Oh, so it's whole horse. Endgame will be the movie of Gen Z. Wait, what do you mean the movie of Gen Z? I feel like Endgame. I feel like Endgame is millennials, and like everything after that's probably like Gen Z at that point. Like the Spider-Man series that they've been doing is straight up to me more catered to like the Zoomer generation than millennials. Whereas like Endgame was them tying together like all the like movies that they had made before it. Oh boy. Rainbows. No! Ah, it finally happened. Damn it. I had avoided that for so long on JP. Well, at least I'll be able to do her strengthenings. Fuck. It's my wife who I'd take her off your hands. I don't hate Nightingale by any stretch of the imagination from like a character standpoint. Gameplay wise, oh my god, she needs to be better. Your spending is bad, it's time for amputation. Yeah. I had a hunch it's gonna be a spook. Dude, that's... Wait, chat, was it Rainbow Orbs on Sanzang? It was, wasn't it? So is that our third Rainbow Orbs tonight? That's wild. Surely does need some upgrades. I understand she's a lot more of a challenge-oriented unit, but she is, like, to me, doing attack down is such a, like, difficult thing at this point, because a lot of enemies are going to be immune to it, a lot of enemies can resist it, and it's a dangerous sort of way of going about things. And then immediately Ashwataman, just to salt the wound. I've recently used her for trauma, and yeah, she needs work. It's just, to me, she needs some usability improvements. Bro, getting 30 copies of this? Feels like that's the case for me with single rate up 4 stars right now. 14 Hot Wheels. Out of curiosity, have they ever buffed a unit skill twice? Yes, a couple of times already. The most like obvious one is like Emiya. They buffed his 3rd skill. I don't know if FGO&A ignores if we hit the reaction for social media campaigns, and not sure we'll hit it. Well, for starters, toss the link in chat and see if we'll see if like anybody else can like retweet it or anything like that. But like, yeah, I don't know. They have cheated it before, so I won't guarantee that they would do it every time, but I just assume that at this point they kind of make it happen one way or the other. But yeah, we at least know of one instance where we outright failed. Somebody got triggered by that. Emiya will totally be the first character that has the same skill buffed for a 3rd time. I mean, it's actually possible. They could buff that skill again and it wouldn't be like craziest thing. Like, I could think of an upgrade to it. Make the NP switch 3 turns. See, there you go. I think a lot of people, while they like the upgrade that he got, are kind of dissatisfied with how it was enacted. I mean, so in a weird way, you could even just make it 2 turns, and that would actually make a huge difference for him. Like, you don't even have to go all 3. I don't think they should do that. I don't think they need to, but I could easily see it where if somehow he was lagging behind and they wanted to, they could. Baby Boomers had Star Trek, Gen X had Star Wars, Millennials had Lord of the Rings, and Gen Z had Endgame. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because Gen Z wasn't necessarily around to watch all of the older movies that like tied in with that. Oh yeah, the Facebook one I'm not gonna touch. If you give me the Twitter one, I'll touch it, but not Facebook. Star Wars predates Gen X. Yeah, it does. Like Star Wars Generation X was like born in the 70s, I want to say. Like 70s and 80s pretty much. And like Star Wars started in the 70s. So thank you, Avalon. Yeah, so I guess go give that a like and a retweet. I just did. Apparently I hadn't done it. Which is funny because I normally like and retweet a lot of the stuff that like the USA account puts out just because, right? Just to help it out for social media interaction. But like sometimes, yeah, they like even with stuff like this, they sneak it by me because they like do it at a weird time or I'm just not like paying attention that day. I mean, like how bad is the Facebook reaction and shares? Because the Twitter likes and retweets alone account for 17.4 thousand of the 25,000. So like that's pretty much most of it right there. It's odd. I've been getting some serious work out of Paracelsus. Wait, how is that odd? Paracelsus, there was a point in time where the community considered Paracelsus better than Nero Bride. I always thought they were smoking crack when they tried to like peddle that stuff, but there was at least like some merit to their argument, and that was that Paracelsus was a really good support character. Facebook has 7.3 total. Oh yeah, then we pretty much have it. Like literally just like a couple more and we'll get it. I swear to God. Okay. Crisis averted. It's like I now have PTSD with seeing that Berserker card spark. Cat panics pretty much. Lohi? Wait, was Lohi permanent, chat? Was she and I'm just forgetting? She is. Okay, interesting. Yeah. If Lohi's spooked, that would actually be good. I would really like that because I don't have a quick AoE Berserker other than my Lancelot on JP. So getting one that's a little bit more charge oriented would actually be really nice. She's the best permanent unit in a long, long time. Yeah. The only spook that I want to get. Like, there's a lot of, like, spooks that I'd be perfectly fine getting on JP. Nightingale to me, though, is just in a very, like, poor spot right now. And I think she has been for years. I think she had already, like, degraded quite a bit in usefulness as the years went by, but the final nail in the coffin was basically Castoria. At that point, all you really were going to focus on using her for was the Buster Up being like just a buffer stat stick, and her having that 3 turns of debuff immunity. I think those 2 things are the primary uses for her now, as opposed to, again, her actual main gimmick is supposed to be that she can stack attack downs on enemies. So it's kind of a weird thing, and heal the party. Good for me on an A? Ah, I see. I can't say that name. Got a Taigong one recently, which was neat too. Yeah. There's some that, like, man, if you get a spook of like certain characters, it's really nice. I remember getting spooked by Taigong on JP, and I was super happy about it because he's just a very solid unit. Also, man, this is another like NP5 roll that has gone south. Don't know why, but the game is just really seeing fit to mess with me this time around. Been running the dust node with Marie Taigong for a while now. Like, you mean like normal like shadow dust, or you mean like fairy dust? Normal one in America, yeah. When was the last Jarcher pull? It was around like 1,200 courts. So we're kind of neck deep at this point. Yeah, it's definitely been a while. Like, we're not like close to a pity or anything yet, but would love a Gundam spook one day. So when you say a Gundam spook, are you meaning Tlaloc, or are you meaning like Odysseus? Oh yeah, I guess Double X. I didn't even think about that, but she can't spook, so. Tometomo? Interesting. I guess. Yeah, I don't really view him as a Gundam. Mostly because, like, to me, he looks more like a Sentai like type character than anything. But I can see it. Because he is a robot, so. Wang, Lily, Arturia, and Castoria. I see. Alright, chat. One more pack. Once more into the abyss. Cad Farman Courts, yep. Dude, it's so bad that I don't even have to like Google Translate the Aniplex store page. I can do it all in Japanese now. Not because I know what it's saying, but just because I know what it's like I know what each button is. Yeah, do you think Dumazid could be a Shinji face servant? No, because Dumazid is way too base to be Shinji. It's just not possible. Hello, Ice Queen. How's it going? Virtually, you've had a bit too much experience. I have. Wonder when NA will get that pity change to be repeatable. God, I hope they do, because, man, I've got to do some rolls this year. No Jarcher then? Wait, for what? Can you do your class scores on JP? Oh, wait, do I get credit for it if I've already done it? I think it was at like 4 out of 5. So I think I gotta go like touch some other class for that. Like I seem to remember like I'm close to it, but I haven't finished it. Oh, Jarcher, I got you. Yeah, Jarcher we've just been rolling for, but man, we have not been lucky on this one. Again, what I get for talking shit, I guess. We also haven't gotten that Black Grail that I was hoping for. It's no problem. Have a good one, guys. Nah, don't say that. Don't say that, Avalon. That's asking for it. I'm not even gonna speak that one into being. I actually don't meet a lot because I don't end up doing a lot of like meetings with clients at the moment. I'm mired in preparation. Although today I was mired more in IT controlling my computer, not letting me work. When is Cuckoo rerun banner for NA? It's closer to like summer. Yeah, it's more towards the middle of the year. Which, I mean, it'll probably come earlier for NA because of the shift, so yeah, it's just like this is the problem, is like, oh, it's kind of like good to know when the next banner is, but also it doesn't necessarily help you because if it's not at a good time of year and you're trying to save, there's nothing you can really do about it. But it is funny because it feels like they brought her back real fast. And I think it's because they just knew she was popular and that they could get a lot. Is your wallet feeling it yet, Mr. Cad? 100%. And to skip Draco then? I mean, you can. Like, I think Draco is one of those units where she's really, really strong. But I do think a lot of people are not viewing her in as positive of a light. However, I'm going to say that that will change over the years, and that a big chunk of why people don't feel that way is because they've been running a lot of extra classes, which is not her specialty. But that will change, like I said. Damn. Like, even Zerctoria's rerun banner isn't particularly good for me. I mean, I'm gonna get Zerctoria in P5. That's one of those, oh my god, no, I'm just gonna do it. Draco basically released at the wrong time. I mean, she's fine when she first releases. There's no problem. But they have done a lot of extra classes. That being said, so this is an interesting thing because you can point to it and you can say like, okay, so if we go and we look at other nodes, is it that it's always extra classes and that's why like Draco isn't performing as well? No, it's not the case. It's in a lot of cases it's also that people have Zerctoria and people are using Zerctoria for it instead. Does that mean that like Zerctoria is better and you just don't need Draco? I mean, maybe there is some food for thought there, but I do think that Draco is still a good unit that stands apart. And I do think that, again, this phase of like extra classes will lessen because a lot of it is due to Ordeal Call. But chat, how much of Ordeal Call is like actually, determining what the high end nodes are? Actually not that much. So I think it's kind of an overblown issue. I don't think it actually really matters that much. I think Draco is still going to be really, really good. And even when the amount of extra classes in the nodes begins to fall back a little bit more towards normal, yeah, I think Draco is just going to be really solid. Victoria just has a better kit. I think there's differences in the kit. I think in a weird way, Draco actually has more longevity than Zerctoria, because Zerctoria's biggest issue is going to be that she is reasonably squishy, and that even though she does have survivability built into her kit, it is kind of conflicting with running her alongside Castoria. So you do run into like weird issues of like, for instance, Zerctoria can't get multiple stacks of her Solemn Defense as opposed to Castoria being able to. So if you NP with Castoria after, you don't get more stacks for Castoria. So you only get it if you NP with Castoria before, but then Castoria can't necessarily get more stacks because she was first in the chain. So there is like an awkward interaction there. But it's a lot of that is just because, again, the devs made that unique and they don't allow that to stack. So I want Arish Beast just due to her being Arish. How dare you want a unit that is just because you like them? I'd like at least one roll of Draco so I can USO for NP2 ahead of a Lotto. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. It's not a big deal, but it can be awkward at times. Yeah, 100%. Like, it's not like, oh my god, this makes Zerctoria a bad unit. It's just, there is some, like, concern there, especially if you're trying to, like, make that survive down the stretch for, like, longer than, like, a 3-turn scenario or something like that. That's where you run into it. How dare the Saberface guy want more Saberfaces? Yeah, normal standard Saberface lover interaction. Even if Draco was bad, I would MP5 her. It's just good that she's fantastic. She is. Yeah, it's like, so it's weird because I have seen like some Draco slander like lately, and I'm like, I don't really get it, because if somehow people are thinking like Draco's not a good unit, I'm like, what the fuck is a good unit then? Like, she's basically a better Berserker. I don't really get it. I want Draco because we have no Santa Umu. True. Maybe one day we actually finally get Padoru. I think, chat, if we actually get Padoru, that is a sign that the game is ending. And not because, like, oh, they're trying to, like, milk it. Not because, like, oh, they're out of ideas. But no, because if you actually, like, unthaw and release Padoru into the wild in this game, we're all gonna die. That's the actual reason. I see chat got the memo. Nah, Christmas 10. Yeah, it's not a sign that the devs are trying to end the game. It's a sign that we will all die, therefore the game will end. Sure, they will get Draco Bride this Valentine's, right, Cad? Honestly, that would be one of the very few things that would actually salt me and get me to call the devs out. If they did yet another Umu Bride, no matter the form, I would get very angry. Because I love Umu, but Umu already has a bride form. And I would just be so pissed that they didn't give literally anyone else a bride form. Literally anyone else. You didn't P5 her though? I probably would. But I would actually be pissed at them for that. Because I would be like sitting there, I'd be like, why couldn't you do this for like Artoria? Why couldn't you do this for like, I don't know, like any number of other popular characters? Like, so I would just be like, what the fuck? Cad, you will hate roll for her? No, I mean, I'd probably still like drool over her. I would be angry at the developers for that like malfeasance. Because that is what it would be. Two times Umu brides before a Tamamo bride, right? We may as well just uninstall Tamamo from the game. For me, it's not that I don't like Draco. She's just at the worst time for me in regards to Synchrots. Yeah, that I get. Like the middle of the year is just going to be super tough this year because there's so much that people want to roll for. That's like one of the reasons why I'm getting Jarcher now while I can. Cad, what class would Arturia Bride be? Saber. Like, yeah, it would just be Saber. Is that reluctant pull for Draco? If it's your first copy of like Bride, I would never be angry at that. Like, Bride is such a good unit. Medea Bride? Wait, who? Sorry, that's cruel. I'm pulling the meme of the devs can't remember who Medea is. Specifically a super version of herself from the extra games. That I don't know. Like to me, the way it's always been described is it's the what if version of herself of like, if instead of being obsessed with the master from extra, she is now instead obsessed with you and waiting for you. Because you won't get to use them if you don't get your own copy. Yeah, I mean, that's always a consideration. All right, come on. This is like my last spin. Let's go, game. I'm totally not rolling again. Ever. Are you going to play Monster Hunter Wilds on launch? Yeah. Like I mean, like I think that depends on like FGO permitting, right? Like we'll have to see because it comes out on like the 28th, and that'll probably be like after Valentine's ends, and like I don't know, like maybe we'll get Chaldea Boys that fast, but there may be some dead time in between. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Draco's event get a rerun on JP? Yeah, it was one of the ones that people voted for. So NA will probably get the same. Like, I would not assume that they're going to let NA vote for a different set of reruns. We'll probably just get the same ones JP got. When we were complaining about FGO lacking content. To be fair, I've never really complained about FGO. God damn it, Ashwataman. What the fuck? That would have been so much better if that was a Jarcher. I've never really complained about FGO lacking content so much as I think the story pacing for the game has gotten bad. They have gotten a little bit better in recent like parts here, but it's still way slower than it ever used to be. At least like, so the thing I always compare the game to is I compare it to like essentially like year 2 and year 3 of the game. That's where like the game really hit its stride. It was really doing good with its story releases. And to me, I think story needs to be released like on average every 6 months. But like right now we're kind of on average like every 8 months. So we'll see. Like if they can get that a little bit faster, I think that's good. But if they can't, they can't. Cat Ashwataman loves you. Yeah, he's already loved me how many times? 16? 17? I don't know. And there it is. Basically a mineral because this one doesn't count. He does. I mean, like, we're gonna have so many freaking coins for that guy. 3 times Reese, 1 times Nurse, 1 times Boobanunk, 16 times Hot Wheels, 1 Sumanai, 1 Tarask, 1 Lanling, 1 Chiome, 1 Carmilla, 1 Tlaloc, and 1 Nyalter. These rolls suck. Yeah, they do. In a weird way, right? Like, again, we've actually gotten 5 SSRs, but 2 of them are spooks. So the spook rate strikes again. We'll see. Maybe I'll do more tomorrow. I'm not sure. But chat, we're going to end it here because we're already actually overtime on this. So I did want to like finish rolling out that pack. But yeah, it be what it be. Let me see who all is on tonight. I'm seeing a Mr. Danger Creamy on. I haven't gotten to raid him in a while. Let me send you guys his way. Mr. Creamy is a member of my stream team. He also frequents the channel quite a bit. So if you guys have never checked him out, let's go give him some love. He's kind of returning back to streaming. So go give that man your support. And again, I'll be back tomorrow. We have the live stream for NA. It's I believe it's a light stream, so I'm not sure that there's going to be too much other than the announcement of Valentine's Day. But we'll just have to see. In the meantime, we'll have other stuff for you guys to do tomorrow, whether it's rolls or not. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget, go check me out on YouTube on the main channel. We did get the banner review videos out completely. And again, I will see you guys for the next one. Have a good evening and good luck.